updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Почему я не удивлен, что они с Томпсонами тут? Револьверы, Томпсоны. Бля, круто сняли, конечно. Такая арена в батл, я так понял. Арена в Малайзии, где батл арена.
To all the PUBG players, this year instead of the PCS series, we have a brand new offline tournament, the PUBG Global Series. As the first PUBG esports global event of the year, PGS1 would kick off on April 27th in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. During the 2-week-long competition, 24 professional teams would chase a $500,000 prize pool. Our 24 teams would come from all over the world to represent their regions, including all 8 PUBG global partner teams of 2023. And they will be competing on 2 classic maps. The teams will be split into 3 groups, Group A, B, and C. They will compete with each other over 3 days in the group stage. Then the top 16 teams will advance to the winner's bracket, and the bottom 8 teams will fall into the loser's bracket. From there, the top 8 teams of the winner bracket will claim a spot in the grand finals. The remaining 8 teams will join the rest of the group stage teams in the loser's bracket, leaving us with a new pool of 16 teams with one last opportunity at
Фэнтези Лигу, кстати, ставили, не ставили?
In the loser's bracket, 8 teams will rise above the rest, filling out our grand final spots. In the grand finals, the 16 best teams from PGS1 will battle it out in 18 matches over 3 days. On the final day, only one team may stand and claim the grand prize of $80,000 along with the title of PGS1 champions. But that's not all. The top 4 teams with the highest point totals from PGS1 and 2 will qualify directly for PGC 2023. Meanwhile, don't forget to go to twire.gg to pick your dream team, predict the winners of PGS1, and earn a chance to grab a bunch of G coins. This year, PGS will become a new frontier in the world of PUBG esports.
Так, а у нас сегодня кто играет-то,
To
блядь?
find out who will be the first to plant their flag in the land of the new era.
Группа А и группа Б, да? Давай, возьмем. Ну, экземпл в первый день вряд ли они будут стрелять.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with one. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is
Давай, давай, друг. Приятного аппетита.
剩最后一个了，无敌力这边的，前面踩上来露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using here. Nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the flag. Please the map. He is able to get it.
maybe they can find some assault. E1, Rella lined up.
กูถึงโดนแฟนน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟนอยู่
Надо еще одного примерно за 30 и за 20 взять, да? Давай сегодня... Ой, Минга возьмем.
恭喜司机的队伍。
И кого-нибудь за 11к надо смотреть. Бля, не. Минг слишком дорогой. О, камера. Камера, верю. То есть до 29. До 28 100, да? Есть. Блять, Спайра 28 500. Давай Алю возьмем. А получается еще могу за 20 с чем-то взять кого-то, да? Получше. О, идеально, бля. Пильсин капитан. Конечно, пиво. Это чё, кого надо выбрать? Бюджет запасного игрока? Давай вот так вот возьмем. Такое сделаем сегодня. Прогнозик. По графику в 13:00. Ну, это здорово, здорово, классно.
24 teams, but only one team is on an absolute collision course with greatness here as we begin things for PGS1, the first ever PGS to grace your screens as we begin the tournament as a whole. We are live here from the Battle Arena, Malaysia, as we have the premier esports event venue here live in the Jaya Shopping Center from PJ. My name's Kalaris, and to my left-hand side, to get things rolling, we have...
Чего у меня заставки из рекламы? Ну да.
For an international extravaganza here, Avenger.
I love your energy. It's always amazing to be here and always amazing to get the show started on day one, right? Everyone's been trying to get here through the region. It's been so many months trying to get here. Now we have the final 24 teams. And I can't wait to get the show started.
No, definitely, definitely. It's been a long time coming since we've had some more international extravaganzas going on. Of course, we had PGC at the very end of last year, where we were able to have crowned RV, as our world champions, of course, they did pretty well for themselves, However, now we kind of reset the tables here because we have the opportunity for a lot of these teams, Avenger, to have one last charge at what is going to be the current state of PUBG esports, because we know that there's, changes on the horizon and everybody wants to stake their claims as veterans here for this tournament.
Yeah, of course, it's so huge because obviously you have here the first chance to show your marking. As we look at the schedule, of course, here, James, it's the first chance to dance. These teams here, they could actually be going to PGC by winning this event, potentially.
We've got plenty coming at you here throughout the next week and a half, of course. It's going to start with the group stage. We will have 3 days of that group stage going on. And then from there on, you could qualify to the winners bracket, or you'll be unfortunate and fall down to that lower bracket, which we'll be covering after the winner bracket, of course. 1 day off, and then after that, 3 days of grand final. You want to be qualifying for that, obviously. The big money on the line there, very important, and also the prestige of being the champion.
For sure, and I love this format. The double elimination.
Не знаю, сегодня как ни крути, праздник PUBG будет.
You're gonna have chance to lose as well.
Первое место 80 тысяч баксов. Второе 35. Какой колоссальная разница. Типа, за топ-24 ты получаешь 10 тысяч баксов, а за топ-3 30 тысяч. А за топ-1 80. Это мощно. Это очень даже мощно. Ну, для PUBG это неплохо, я считаю. Только PUBG побольше бы турниров такого формата, чтобы, ну, в развитие пошел.
Well, bottom 8 of the group stage.
You were close.
Yeah, I was close. And then they play the losers bracket for another chance, right? Yeah. Of course, here, top 16 should be kind of easy, but still, we're going to have 8 teams that are not going to make it to the winner bracket.
I think what's awesome about this, again, and is always awesome previously from tournaments that we've had so far, double elimination here for the format makes it opportunities abound for these teams to try and qualify.
О, 24 команды. Из них все-таки фавориты, наверное... Я не знаю. На самом деле, надо посмотреть, кто в какой форме подойдет к этому турниру. А зачем вы смысл? Мы турнир смотрим. Смысла в вебке не вижу, просто базук.
So many people have been saying that, and like also talking about the talent, talking amongst us with us. It is so hard to say one, and also it's been really, really balanced. So I actually love how we have the groups here. It's been seeded super, super well and super balanced. And of course, here the road to PGC.
Yeah, very important. So if you were able to claim first place, that's 200 PGC points to be able to moving
200
forward.
PGC поинтов за первое место. Это много. Это чуть ли не гарантированный проход на Global.
Yeah, I would say it's almost impossible for 4 teams to cross you. Like, they would have to get like 3rd here and then like top 4 in PGS2. And it's not 4 teams that we're going to see doing that. Obviously, 300 points in PGS2, PGE, and that's obviously going to be a whole different thing. But here, let's take a look at the power rankings.
We are blitzing through this, guys. We're going to be getting to those games in a little bit's time, but the power rankings are as follows. As you can see, 17 Gaming, especially if you were watching PGC last year, if you're kind of more of a casual viewer tuning in for the big tournaments as a whole, they really made a name for themselves, Avenger. So it's
Power Ranked 17 на первом месте. Luminosity на втором, Нави на третьем, Twisted Minds на четвертом. Тебе интереснее было бы... А чем интереснее-то? Я же также смотрю. Lil Ghost, Crazy, X-Wood, Nakers, Example. Овероллы показывают. Флайера.
Example up there, for me, he's always a pick that I always go for. He's kind of good.
Yeah, it's I mean, if you're the defending world champ right now and you've been
Не, ну, базука, если ты мне сможешь объяснить, чем профитнее с вебкой, тогда я, может быть, включу. Только разница в чем? Я буду сидеть и смотреть также вместе с вами? Ну, не знаю. Просто видишь, это же как бы его, ну, получается просто моя рожа может стоять там, где какая-то полезная информация будет на официальном канале.
Yeah, I think so too. I had to go for another pick. I had to go for kind of 3 S or A tier players in terms of
Привык к вебкам, это им хочешь?
14,000 was way too cheap for me, so I had to go for that. And of course here, Cameron, Toby, and Toffee's team too. Look how happy Toffee's is. He's so happy that he picked almost the same team that I did. The only player that is the different one is he's picked Shrimpsy, of course, and I have picked Crazy 112.
3 North American players.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Мирамар, Эрангель, Мирамар, Эрангель, Мирамар, Эрангель. Интересно будет. Интересно, будут парашюты или не будут парашютов? Новые настройки будет или нет?
It's a huge thing. We're starting very much. It's lovely. We have a lot of potential hot drops still. There's a lot of undiscussed things. We have not had that many scrims. Yeah. And these scrims that we've had, there have been a lot of just, you know, going Picardo Pachingi and just fighting it out, kind of getting a little bit of a TDM with everyone else. So it's obviously been lovely, but I'm expecting a lot of competition on a lot of the kind of highly contested spots.
I think so. However, to kind of counteract that and have this small discussion for a moment before we get this going, we have seen on the international stage when people have gone for hot drops, it has not only not worked out for you and the team that you're opposing, but it also hasn't garnered you a championship, a world championship, and things like that. So teams need to resolve these things early in a tournament like this.
I agree, but the argument that I've been hearing from the players and the teams is that you only.
Это уже твой контент по комментам и эмоциям, событиям на офф-трансляции, без тот же хостинг. Не, ну, чисто теоретически разговариваю-то я. То есть, ну, я не знаю, что, типа вы, блядь, не видели, ну, долбоеба за вебкой, который, блядь, сидит и смотрит вместе с вами, ну, типа, хуй знает. Эмоций не видите? Бля, я вот лежу, знаешь как? Типа у меня просто не настроена вебка-то на это как его, вот на этой трансе. Там же все настраивать надо. Вебка как будто с другом сидишь, турик смотришь. Блять, ну у меня, я говорю, не настроен. Я смотрю, короче.
With so much to play for, make sure to stay tuned for all of the PGS1 action starting today and finishing into the Global Championship. Grand Finals will be starting on May 5th into the 7th.
Да ладно, сейчас смотрю, может, кучу.
Marks the beginning of our players' journeys with the group stages. We're gonna have all of the 24 teams compete over 3 days to secure their spot.
Если так сильно просите.
Which will be the first step towards the trophy. I have groups A.
Мне так, чтобы где-нибудь не мешалось, блядь.
Is everyone ready? Yeah, I know I am.
Я не знаю, где типа поставить. Вот здесь вот, наверное. Не знаю, так. Наверное, так оставлю. В английском? Ну так, я понимаю зачастую, что говорят, но перевести хрен переведу. И хрен понятно, что они там гутарят. Да, рассказывают просто превьюшки всякие про себя, про команду и так далее.
B4M 上次在全球舞台上亮相已经过去了2年。
Он на китайском ебашит. Я китайский тоже как бы не знаю. Трек прикольный, кстати.
이기는 방법을 알고 있고 어느 팀과의 대결에서도 지지 않고 이기겠습니다.
比起在其他队伍
Давай, привет.
关注自己的表现吧，把自己擅长的东西发挥出来，那我们是能去争夺这个冠军的。
我们要的是冠军，直到
Какими-то фонарями выбежал.
绝不止步。
Our triumph in America was just a warm-up. Now we're ready to demonstrate our true skills to the world.
ถึงแม้ว่าเราจะเจออุปสรรคมาเยอะมากแต่ว่าเราได้แก้ไขแล้วก็จะพยายามให้เต็มที่ที่สุดเลยครับ
Khả năng và thành tích của em thì khó có ai có thể sánh bằng được và chức vô địch thế giới sắp
Это
đến.
17, что ли? Не, это Cerberus. Cerberus.
私たちは他のチームみたいに実績は持っていないんですが勝つ自信は持っています
저희 다나 e스포츠가 모든 팀의 라이벌이 되는 것처럼
다나와.
강한 거를 모든 팀들이 알고 있을 텐데 상대들을 부셔버리겠습니다.
I'm not here to talk, I'm here to play. Let's get out there and show everyone what we have.
Бля, нихуя себе Жору Урсач там, бля.
全力以赴来打好每一场比赛。I am not satisfied with just one championship. My goal is to defend my title and become a multiple-time champion, solidify my legacy in the esports world.
Бля, все такие вточные, сосредоточенные. Бля, надеюсь, покажут достойный турнир.
And welcome everyone to PGS1, the inaugural
PGS1.
the first PUBG esports event of 2023, the first international event of 2023, and we begin a long winding road.
Бля, такой усач вообще жесть. Прям как у адмирала, бля.
To get to this point, and we cannot wait to get these games started as we take a look at them. And to bring you through this journey today, I'm Paper Thin, and joining me, the electric Cammy D. Cammy, I'm so excited to be here, my friend, and I can't wait to get this going.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting time. We have 24 great teams here, some that we are really familiar with on the global stage. A lot of new names as well, new players and rosters, some new rosters that we've never really seen before here, and it's always going to be exciting to see how they can perform, but our eyes always are going to be on the top dogs that have been at these global events for the past 4-5 years, some even longer than that, I imagine.
Yeah, certainly this is such an exciting tournament because everybody in each group is talented. There are so many insane teams across all of it. You know, we've got our reigning global champions, Na'Vi, here today. I can think of so many other teams, New Happy in the PCL, you know, 17 Gaming, of course, as well. 4 a.m., you know, bringing summer.
Команды грандов перечисляют.
So many interesting storylines from NA. You have Luminosity that has really started to pick it up and really been a team that can consistently compete for titles.
Yeah, I mean, talking about North America, that's kind of my expertise, right?
All right, I set you up for that one, okay?
No, but like the Luminosity Sonics head-to-head back and forth for the past number of years is still really, really exciting to see play out. But then they've also both had changes, seeing Gunner come in for the Sonics, or are we going to have those same global issues that we've seen the past few times previously? Gen right now, entire new roster, the god himself.
Бля, я надеюсь, что Джинжи выстрелит нормально. Прям хочется, чтобы что-нибудь в топе поборолись они. Ну, не знаю, получится у них, нет?
All day talking about each one of them individually. I mean, Luminosity, again, this is, you know, so much firepower on this team. It's absolutely beyond belief. You know, Flood, Snakers, Raylo, Kickstart, all of these guys are capable of absolutely destroying a server almost by themselves.
Yeah, it's sick. It's fantastic. And look at them. Look, such good students, such good boys. Studying.
Well, Snakers in particular, I've heard he's doing quite well in his university right now. So, you know, he's got that going for him.
His schedule, specifically his schedule is absolutely insane, absolutely intense right now. But listen, it's all about PGS.
Yeah.
School can wait.
Yeah,
a couple of weeks.
School's over for now. New Happy, of course, I think a lot of expectations on them. You know, previous PGC champions kind of bottomed out a little bit at PGC last year in 2022. Yeah, it didn't go so great.
У всех наушники боссы.
For that team, definitely not what you would expected.
Yeah.
Топовые наушники,
For
кстати.
him, I believe. It's just a lot of. Oh my God.
Ну, они дорогие, сука.
16 here. Now, we do have to talk about the maps that are coming up, right? Because we're actually starting on Miramar, and they already briefly mentioned it on the desk, but there's some scrim shenanigans, and there are always scrim
GameStop,
shenanigans.
наконец-то.
But this one, I think, is going to carry over a fair bit into the match. I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it yet, because if I say that it's going to happen and it doesn't happen, I'm going to look the fool, and I'm not going to set myself up that way. However, it's likely going to happen.
Look, all we have to work with is the scuttlebutt from the players, and the scuttlebutt is that this could be a spicy start to the day. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. It is time for Miramar, the inaugural match of PGS.
Первый Мирамар начинается right now.
And find out what exactly
Первый матч турнира.
our first match look like for our players. Of course, here we can see it. It's hard to tell from there. We don't know the angle.
Yeah.
Looks like south to north.
Okay.
But very western shifted on this plane path.
Yeah, a little bit, pretty west. RD players immediately dropping out of this one, as is to be expected. Listen, what's it called? The waiting. There's a word for.
Интересно, ходропы будут или нет?
Anticipation. There it is. It always comes to me later. The anticipation is killing me right now.
Waiting's a type of anticipation, sure.
Exactly. See, I was close.
Yeah.
I was on the mark, but I think, yep. Look at that big cluster, all jumping.
Не хэппилось ли он слутает?
Power grid is certainly one.
It's power.
Хороший выбор, кстати.
This is the one that we definitely had our eyes on. There may be one or two others in the area, maybe El Pozo with EXO and Gen G, but with
Нави минус, Тоник и Пикадо забирают, Монтанаева, ССТ забирают, немцы у нас Вальдемар, гибли у нас под церковь падают. О, да, герой Twisted Minds. Под дроп, let's go, говорят. Давай. А, у нас GG еще делит, да? Секс, эхо. Говорит, 3 команды? Да, 3 команды. Пентаграммы. Говорит, пентаграммы, перо и твисты просто целятся на Пикадо. Посмотрим, что сейчас будет.
As we take a look towards Power Grid, some shotguns in hand. I saw a few DMRs grabbed by the Petrichor Road players, a Mark 12, Chewy as well with the SKS. And just looking to see Pentagram, it's going to be a little bit tough for them to push space with just those shotguns. So
забавный будет старт. Пером в швею.
Or if they're just going to play, contain a little bit, I'm not sure.
There is Wicked off to the north for Pentagram, and actually we have the first.
Аля уже убил кого-то?
Yeah, completely separated from this engagement. But either way, still sticking here on Power Grid. Pentagram do have players to the north that they can try and exit that way. That is the direction of the zone as well, the center of the circle. So it seems to be that's the play that they're going to go for.
Блять, я Кадо взял в фэнтези, по-моему.
They got a couple of good weapons.
По-моему, я ошибся, взяв его в фэнтези, если они на ходропах будут. Хотя, если они будут выигрывать, то все может получиться, кстати.
Third-party situation.
Twisted Minds.
Exactly, and camp the outside of it, right? Or, you think back to Buriram, who used to be infamous for doing that.
Пирожки, пошли. А там уже никого. Они уже Себастьяна все дали. Полутались и просто убежали. Ну, блядь, чилы, ну смысл сюда тогда падать, если вы даже не хотите контеститься, блядь. Я не понимаю вот этого. А эти, блядь, бегают, боятся, блядь, думают, что эти что-то придумывали. Хилы пытаются сообразить, что происходит. А другие просто ёбу дали.
Ruin their entire round one.
Certainly. It's Chris has the backside of Alo. He's got the headshot and the follow through.
It's Chris.
So out in the open here, Alo not quite aware, I think, of it's Chris's position and was looking to get in that.
Бля, нормально он его подкрыл.
It's Chris picking it up fairly easily as the rest of SDK on the north side of Chumacera.
Я, кстати, так вообще нормально слышно или это, или плохо все-таки? Ну, типа, расстояние до микрофона большое. Просто я не хочу прямо ебло около микрофона держать, хочу тоже так на чиле немножко расслабленно посмотреть.
Super north, sir.
Yeah, you just drive easy,
the plane path though.
That I asked about that. They said they're going to drive down there. seriously, I said that.
That's okay. I mean,
Adda,
okay. Listen, they got a kill. They're not the worst team in the lobby so far, so they got something good going for them. Sun Sister now rotating through the new position by Pentagram. This is one of the parts of the map that actually has a lot of little choke points to be able to capitalize on.
Неизбежно просто.
Roaming on in, potentially unaware of Pentagram's presence here, which could mean that they could get taken out really, really early. Wicked's definitely looking for an angle.
Yeah, certainly, you know, Pentagram is a team that we want to see succeed. Everybody does, but historically, the Japanese teams have struggled at the international events. So maybe Sun Sister, who made a monstrous comeback in their region. Oh, Emok. Oh, Hikari, you had him dead to rights, but he's gonna wait to line it up.
Бля.
Off the mark with that 3x spray, can't really find much damage.
But it does keep Sun Sister here, so there's still a possibility if they want to go
Как
for the fight.
профессионалы могут не попасть в таких ситуациях. Вот я о чем говорю. Чем интересен PUBG.
Terrible, but that's more what you'd expect to see on a player at the late game. This is still only phase 1.
Absolutely. Tegu up here on the mountain. You may wonder why I call him Tegu. Well, he's a Korean player. 9 in Korean is Gu. So there you go. That's the explanation. But it's a good, strong team. Some of these players you may recognize from previous events.
Когда будут на трансляции, понятия не имею. Ну, чисто теоретически должны быть, на самом деле. Хотя хрен его знает. Их легко может не быть.
You know, sitting with shotguns and Tommy guns and those kind of things. So there was a barrel. Yeah, okay, that's not bad, right? But now you need a little bit long-range weaponry potentially. STK, after losing a player early, scrambling away, still ascend on their heels.
Yeah, this was... Man, I was worried for STK. Once you lose a player, what do? Do you try and post up and maybe get some revenge? You try and move out and hope they don't get shot in the back? Right now, they're just trying to gun it here. And it doesn't seem that Ascend are going to be following their direct path. It does force STK a little bit more towards the west, which means that they might have to do a wide or long rotation, come in a bit more blind. But Purple Mood here, Hanawat alone, not so far away from the rest of the teammates. They're in a bit of a belt sort of situation across those high grounds in the center of the zone.
Прошлый раз не успел ни одного вести.
In the early game, but a bunch of other teams are
Я,
also
может, если будет.
Sonics, and they're going directly into 4AM.
Я не готов к ним, но, бля.
Spot out the presence of the Chinese squad, and they're going to move out and
Может,
avoid
успею.
that early conflict.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics today, a team that we really have to keep our eyes on because of.
Ну, вообще ничего не должно быть, на самом деле. Типа, офф-транса, большой турнир, мажор, все дела.
A sigh of relief to Sonics and their fans as they're able to kind of get a little bit more pressure towards the center of the circle early. Yeah. Something I think that they're very going to be keen on here in this lobby today. It's really, you know, making sure that they take full advantage of today because it's the only day in this group stage where they're not going to have the pachinko, as I call it, drop spot. Yeah.
LG right now, not far away from that
Чтобы успеть, мне надо, короче,
coming on in,
открыть вот это.
this eastern highway.
И...
Looking like they're going to be the last team to arrive in the
Английскую
zone, especially if
раскладку мне надо.
they might actually be wrapping all the way towards the north, depending on what
Бля,
the read
не.
of the zone is going to be like at this time.
У меня китайский этот язык ебаный стоит.
Yeah, and I think this is really interesting here. New Happy and Ghibli, I'm really happy that our observers are showing this. This is two teams that are very aggressive, that like to play edge, that are happy to take fights. Ghibli in particular are probably the most aggressive team.
Я даже стараться, наверное, не буду, не
And of
знаю.
course, everyone knows about New
Потому что
Happy
я
because they
не
are
успею,
wild on the
кажется.
edges. They can absolutely just ruin teams' days in a heartbeat. So, got to keep your eyes on them at all times. Got to keep your heads on a swivel. As
А,
they
не,
say,
вот
look
так,
behind you
в
because you
принципе,
never know, they
нормально.
might be lurking. Yeah, the
Надо
new Gen G,
игру открыть, пока есть варик.
take a listen in.
Но игра закрыта.
PWS 진행하면서 저희가 했던 실수나 약점들을 보완해가지고 작년 PGC 팀 나비랑 같은 경기를 하게 되었는데 항공관에서 같은 경기를 하게 되었는데
Блядь, что за...
나비보다
Почему я его двоих слышу?
젠지는 나비보다 이제 교전력이나 운영면에서 뒷굴리지 않게 열심히 해보겠습니다. 말레이시아에는 우승하러 왔습니다.
Блядь.
우승 트로피를 들고 꼭 한국으로 돌아가고
Statement to make because listen.
Я звук на трансляции выключил, все равно слышу.
Also a really good team. But Navi at PGC last year was the most dominant performance I think we've seen on a team in a while. So to say that you are more competitive than that, if that's true, this is going to be a banger of an event. We got to see.
I actually do agree with you. I mean, obviously, I actually do agree with you. I mean, obviously, you know, bias aside, that is an extremely bold statement to be making. Navi, yeah, the best performance we've ever seen. Period. End of story. At PGC.
Заебись, нахуй. Открыл, блядь, не то окно, на.
We, I asked him, what do you think of your chances here? And he kind of, in typical sort of Korean fashion, kind of gave me a shrug.
Всё, вроде подготовился. Кадам, если они будут, в принципе.
Sometimes they look pretty great, but other times it kind of looked like the same old Gen G. It kind of feels like, PO is in charge of this team, basically. Yeah. He's basically the one running the show, calling the shots as usual. So a lot of the gameplay is predicated on him, sort of finding good positions, finding early picks, and then
Хороший для Нави Про. Лучший, наверное. Сейчас Нави объединяться будут.
Looking at position right now, phase 2 is going to reveal itself, and Na'Vi is going to be in a strong 2-2 split here. A lot of teams that are in a good controlling position, looking at 4AM and Twisted Minds. And teams got to start to move out and make their way that direction. Sun Sister, while this compound is technically inside the zone and is on the edge, you don't want to stay here, and they have an open.
Не. Я посмотрел, у меня звук выключен был. Вот, и у меня просто второе окно открылось. Я не знаю, какого Х, но открылось второе окно, а одно из них я закрыл, за этого у меня и с экрана пропал.
Where it wants to go, but certainly everybody on the edge here is definitely on the outside looking in. You may already start seeing teams go for some fights along the edge to look for some points. Purple Mood.
Хорошо встали, мне нравится. Cerberus. Бежит дожирать. Гибли, погибли.
Yeah. Unfortunate to lose a player this early on, but you just got to take the L's when they come your way. And look at him as just
Ну, от края играть это не ошибка. С этой горы много чего видно, кстати, у Cerberus.
I guess soft edge is a term I use sometimes, where there's not going to be a lot of traffic coming in this direction, which gives teams like Ghibli and Cerberus time to sort of send their feelers out and try and establish control and not be involved in the conflict that's going to be on that west side. We actually already see Adder going down from EXO, who are going to be overlooking that position.
Yeah, they were playing outside of the current circle on the crater edge, and they were able to kind of spot Adder.
Искрис что-то снизу делал, вообще непонятное.
I think another team that a lot of question marks about. Everybody sort of just expected it wasn't going to be them.
Короче, ходроп есть, но как бы без активных действий, поэтому я не знаю. Я думал, будет битва не на жизнь, а на смерть за спот. Или просто скипнули.
No, I love that you're saying that. I had a little chat with Rain the other day while we were waiting outside the studio, and he basically said the exact same thing you just did, Cam. They're just playing with free thought, just sort of like, okay, well, we're here, we got here, that's awesome. Let's have fun.
Literally nothing to lose.
Yeah,
which can be a really, really dangerous force if you know how to utilize that in your team and your teammates properly.
У нас 4 команды по одному очку имеют. Немцы, Cerberus, это у нас американцы. Экса я понятия не имею, кто это. И Нави.
I have zero expectations for how they're going to get any points right now. They're going to be running directly into Twisted Minds. Now again, lack of vehicle sound could give them advantage of surprise.
Сейчас подойду.
But it's, they're going to get like one knock and then probably follow it up very, very aggressively.
It's tough for Pentagram here in a lot of ways, particularly what you're talking about. And then to make matters worse, there's a lot of compounds in the way of where the likely end of this game will take place. So to get there will take some time and maybe some deception and trickery in a way, and some sneakiness certainly for Pentagram maybe in store. We'll see how they want to approach this. Twisted Minds, after leaving early, took a pretty aggressive spot in the circle.
Yeah, they trying to get some knocks onto LG, and again, because their attention is towards the east and towards the north, that could give Pentagram an opportunity, but with a zone like this, Pentagram, I think they're going to want to just try and make their way into the hard cover of that little mini city there. Not go onto Twisted Minds, just get inside the zone, bunker out, because there are a lot of compounds there and a lot of open space around it, so just go for safety early on. It might not be a high scoring game for them, but that's going to be the case for a lot of other squads.
Yeah, it's all about maximizing points, and I think you made a really good read here that Pentagram certainly can't go north, and even though the next circle is extremely likely to hard shift to the north in one way or another, whether it be northwest, northeast. Now they've got a position where they kind of move from, because Twisted Minds was eyeing the north side of things. Now they are going to get a knock onto Emok, who is
Спайер хорошо рубанул одного.
Hero down to 1 HP, able to just barely
Если конфирмил его.
kill and flush, but out of the frying pan into the fire. Pero now waiting for SST with open arms. It's going to be Chewy with 1, looking for the second. Got some damage before he's backed off. Aches left on the flank.
Ой, много дэмэджа.
And Sun Sisters in a really rough spot here, about to go down potentially.
Хорош, вайп.
Left, and there it is. Sun Sister
Заезд не туда. Парашютов нет, скорее всего, без этих шаров играет еще пока что. У Соников кто-то в ноке валяется. Ашвин, да? Верим в Джинджи.
Likely, though, they're going to have to make some bomb further on in. But again, just getting into the zone from this position is step number 1. Then you can try and see if you can get a knock, open up a spot to go further in.
Yeah, the good news about this spot is you can see the backside. I love what our observers are showing here. That you can see the backside of ASEAN.
Но крайне заезжает нормально.
Information on what's going on ahead of you. Yeah, precisely. So, shoots kill after losing a player early, taking their times. Vegas going to trade knocks here with Luminosity. So, as is tradition in PUBG esports, NA on NA action.
Every time.
You love to see
every time. Listen, America has a long history of fighting each other, so it really just does track.
Что-то мне кажется, сейчас кодик все-таки будет какой-то.
Hilarious to me because it seems like every time I'm tuning into PUBG esports globally, it's these two, or this region squaring off, and Purdy Curdy here popping some tires, trying to keep LG pinned. Could get a little bit of damage going.
LG's not even in the zone, though. They're both committing early on to just be fighting out in the blue, and LG is the team that really has the open line to trying to get in the zone, and the fact that they're not moving shows how few positions there are left. They're not fields in the literal sense, but they're played as if they are fields. Penta is able to slide on in and take this ridge side, but whenever you see a team take this ridge below that compound, that 4M,
Плохо заезжают.
no other option.
СТК. Мне не нравится прям. Могут просто безнаказанно прожарить их. Хотя, вот здесь вот Волга... О, нет, ну так пойдет еще. Но все равно все занято. Они будут страдать от соников. А соникам надо будет двигаться, наверное, в их сторону. Нави лучше всех сидят. Они прямо с первого круга сидят в этом кемпе. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, Тиглтон. Лево-право, прицел прямо.
Weasel their way in towards the south side of the circle, but able to find enough space as a lot of teams had pushed their way north, expecting this shift eventually, and just enough room underneath Cerberus for them to work. Genji, in the meantime, trying to find something to call this circle. EXO, 4-man squad, grenades in hand. Let's see if they can find any damage. A little bit off the mark are the initials. Pio's going to pull one out as well. A little bit of extraction here from
уже доедают.
Circle. EXO stuck in a terrible spot. If some good grenades come through here for Genji, this is going to be lights out.
Ooh, Foxy tagged a fair bit from counter grenades, and I think a couple other teams are going to try and look at this situation. Take advantage. Rain runs outside, gets a knock, tries to get that prone down, and get traded in return. It's all up to Pio.
All right, Pio now has
2 в 2.
EXO to deal with. Akita and
Не, все.
still on their feet, trying to find.
Первая сложная ситуация, Джинджи в помойке, блядь. Поставил я на пиво, блядь.
From SDK up in the north.
Oh yeah, but Vegas does get confirmed this time. LG are going to make sure that one sticks. And Sonics also finding an opportunity to push themselves forward. The last 2 remaining members of SDK separated from each other.
Соники идут гору забирать.
4-man squad of Sonics to potentially isolate Purdy Curdy, but they do have to worry about these ridges, worry about Luminosity and 4AM's angles, as well as Na'Vi, because Na'Vi are going to be able to control so many angles in this zone, not just to the north, but back towards the south, where San Martin is still being filled with a bunch of different squads.
Yeah, almost 360 control here for Na'Vi right now in this particular circle. So positioning center north of San Martin early. Good recognition here by Na'Vi to gain some valuable real estate. Sonics have to recoup just momentarily. Smokes are out, heals are through. Try by a
Одного их потеряли только, да?
Still playing point.
И плюс 3 килла.
Penta behind him. And now Sonics are just
А зачем они столько много смоков тратят?
If they can maybe find a frag, eventually they know they have to make a push. Shrimzy there going to take a chunk of damage from Penta as they line up to try to soften up STK for this assault.
Yeah, I mean, Penta has a lot of work here to keep his in-game leader safe right now.
Не по адресу.
Gonna try and see if we can't get a couple of
А,
follow-up damage.
их Пента видит хорошо, понял.
Penta fires those shots. Let's see where phase 5 shifts. Navi are likely gonna still be inside, but how much control? Still a lot.
Они просто не понимают, что их двое. Они думают, что перед ними человека 2 или 3 лежит. Ну, потому что они не двигаются, собственно. Вот тут из слов сейчас будет сложность.
And try to reinforce their position, their compound that's already in the circle. Batulins looking to see if he can get a little bit of damage in on the way through, but not going to be the case. And Twist of Mind's going to have to make a move. Vehicles at the ready. Let's see what they can get done.
Ooh, Purdy's getting pushed. Sonic's going to try and rush over him. Nades aren't hitting though, and Shrimzy taking very, very low, so it's a knock, but it's going to be a trade, but can Penta follow up with even more?
Yeah, Penta trying to do the best he can. I mean, Purdy was under pressure for so long.
Хорош, доел.
SQ, and now they have got the flush as well, so a good assault here, dialed up for the most part. They are going to lose Shrimzy. Penta trying to escape with his life, but Tickleton hot on his heels. Ace trying to defend their compound against Pentagram. Ascend now, 3 players inside of the Firehouse. Doing a decent job getting a little bit of damage into the weathered and wearied Pentagram.
Байтит на килика.
Taking their time, but they're going to have to make a fight happen, and Ascend has a fantastic position to defend from.
Yeah, and you can see Petrichor Road, they're just salivating at this, because whoever is going to come out of this engagement likely going to be incredibly wounded, which means easy free points for them. But can Ace hold off this assault? They already have 1 kill.
Не хэппи приехали, Церберсы бегут сразу их убивать.
A couple of bullets to the face. Wicked dropped down to 1 HP. Gonna have to stall and heal up.
Meanwhile, New Happy using the chaos to take a position that's at least safe for now. Still Cerberus on their east. Summer and 4 a.m. up towards
47 живых в такой фазе.
Still doing a decent job at least keeping Pentagram at bay.
Hello, best animator. I am from Russia.
Pentagram, depending on how much noise they're making on that outside wall, and he is certainly keen to watch this angle. Akkad trying to smoke off the other side of things. Pentagram really focused on that other end of this compound. Molly's out, Sonic's crashing. EXO.
Они еще Соников пароли.
That is a ton of kills for them. 6 here in their inaugural PUBG.
Oh my god.
They're gonna make it work. Ben Pentagram, they're gonna try to make this assault work. Chris does get taken down. And Hilyakai is here in a nice, sneaky position. He cannot move out of this spot until Pentagram push on in. And if they do, he can be explosive for his squad, but he has to wait for the Korean team to make the first move. Akkad, where they can look more damage, more sprays, and it's going to be trade still in the kill feed.
Ooh, Akkad there with a nice repeat, gets the headshot and the knock onto the weakened Micah. Hikari then going to push forward and use this opportunity to sneak in some healing. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road doing a good job.
Просто разваливают. На пентаграмму молодцы, они защитились, кстати. Сложности сейчас будут у New Happy. Хотя у них еще здесь граунд должен быть. 3 машины живые. Посмотрим, что будут соображать. I'm from India. Very nice, man. India like. Ну, я китайский твич. Ну да, я знаю. Типа, можно выбирать, за кого болеешь, и спамишь огоньки с иконкой у своего ника. Но я там не сидел ни разу.
Potential damage into Batulins, and it's not potential, it's good. Akkad and Pentagram here trying to clear out more space. They're gonna find him trying to heal. Ferrari peeking around the corner.
Твисты закончились. У них тоже была сложность, они не справились. Нави сейчас должны много зафармить.
This is going to be a fight that comes huge, and Wicked wants to take advantage of it. Wants to vulture this engagement.
How is Pentagram still alive? I mean, they are playing this game really, really well.
Просто трейд стака, пиздец.
Now it's New Happy and Petrichor Road trying to fight in this transistor station. Ming going to come through and clean out Chewy. Aches left.
Так. Бля, они просто не разменялись. Но по 8 киллов у него Хэппи Перо и 2 в 2. Так, хорошо. Все, вайп. Хорош. New Happy сейчас провернут нормально.
Relo, the last one up for Luminosity. Don't know how much longer he's going to be able to survive, but everyone else relatively healthy.
Yeah, EXO here coming out with a really strong start. 6 kills, 9 points total. A very nice game for them.
Знаешь, Хинди, потому что мы... Didn't know Hindi because my English is weak. My English is very well. Такой же.
As the circle begins to move towards the next phase. Navi as well, still on this eastern side, but still control of these compounds. Relo in a shack by himself. New Happy here. A statement game to come out, looking to see if they can run some big numbers, some big games for themselves to start out PGS1.
I'm looking at 4 a.m. right now to be the team that has the potential to take over. That's hard to really make a sure call on that.
Ой, хороший, докинул Мелман. Так, New Happy у нас втроем. 10 ПТС, 4 и 7 подпоинтов. Нави 6. И лучше всех, хуже всех находится New Happy.
Previously, it's New Happy that have to do the most work right now to make their way through this huge 4v4 crossfire that the other two squads have set up.
I mean, this is such an exciting finish here. You've got 2 PGC champions and a 4 a.m. team that has been oh so close in the past.
Ну, пока 4 AM выглядит неплохо.
PUBG Global Series, 4 a.m. A little bit of movement still need to be made by a couple of their players who are on the outside. New Happy has to figure something out. It's been a phenomenal game for New Happy.
Нужно машины забирать New Happy и крашить 4 AM.
Definitely the most difficult position right now. There's no doubt about it.
Ну, это единственный вариант под кавер.
There's a motorcycle. Magic can happen. Miracles can happen.
Miracles can happen. That's right.
Get a ramp, get some fireworks.
Не дадут им жизни.
Get some explosive experts here, and we're gonna have a show, a true American show. Gonna happen right now. HS, in fact, he's drinking his unsponsored energy drink right now. This is the X Games. The X Games are gonna happen. I'm telling you.
Time to channel your inner evil Knievel here, Ming Ming, and try to get in towards something. A little bit of damage done, so they're able to find just enough of an edge here.
Слушай-ка, тут не так плохо. Могут полежать пока.
Work to do before they're going to be able to find some kind of safety.
They need Non to try and get a bunch of these players.
От кавера Нана проезжали. Теперь нужно Нана ковернуть. Все, от зоны. Нокнулся, все. Отдался. Зато ковернул тиммейтов.
New Happy push this position. It's looking like it's going to be incredibly rough.
Кубок префом вышел в рельеф, чтобы будочку не отдать никому. Будка в дальнейшем может сильно заролять.
So just barely able to sneak under the noses of Na'Vi here. Na'Vi doing their best to try to contain, but New Happy, with like you were talking about, that motorcycle so vital in this situation.
And while we were looking at New Happy, look at Uba. Made it to the center essentially of the zone. Could be a good anchor position for the rest of Na'Vi to try and maneuver.
По идее, сейчас от кемпа должно уйти. 8-я фаза.
And not get shot in the side by either 4am or New Happy. So we're going to see how these teams play in.
Нави это должны понимать. Да? 4am лучше всех.
Phenomenal control of this circle. You know, basically up to that shack. Even though they're not at that shack, they have a lot of control over it. In fact, now they're going to start making a move in that general direction, looking to secure.
Вопрос, кого сыграет New Happy. Им удобнее сыграть в Нави, потому что 4am не дадут к себе подойти просто так.
Looking for an opportunity, looking for a knock. If that would happen, who knows what Uba would try and do. But I think he's going to maybe try and back away from this one. Gotta look for an opportunity, look for an X Factor. Crazy 112 pushing forward with the grenade.
Yeah, the PCL
Ой-ой-ой.
played out of his mind this year. A
Опасно было.
decent amount of damage there onto Alia, who's able to scoot just behind the house.
Ну, 4am должны забирать, по идее. Хотя Убах может заролять. Если он даст 2 нока, New Happy все засрут Навиам. New Happy просто морозится. Проем их не видит.
Trying to swing around the side and try and line up the angle that the rest of 4am are standing on, rather than go grenade with, fishing with grenades. But this is giving.
Yeah, man.
Bing has pushed himself.
India like.
Didn't even catch that, and then HSMM is going to be following up behind that too.
Yeah, Na'Vi have to swing from this north side. They have to cut 4am's angle off. They can't let New Happy get involved in this fight easily, or at least try to maybe drag New Happy into the fight potentially. A decent grenade here from Uba.
Ой-ой-ой. А как она его не взорвала?
Takes almost full damage there. Alia trying to switch with Uba there, swap positions.
My eyes are all on New Happy right now. I'm looking for HS to swing around the side. Xiaohai might not be prepared for this angle. Oh, he almost spots something. He might have seen a pixel off and maybe a little more aware, and that could be alarm bells for 4am.
New Happy сейчас кому-то помешает.
This is going to be a barn burner of a final engagement.
No doubt about it. Uba there spotted a little bit. Takes about half damage. Smokes are out though for Na'Vi, and Uba's able to safely park himself on the ground for a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, man.
Starting to watch
I understand.
making sure that 4am isn't trying any kind of weird maneuvers towards the other side, but in fact 4am is fully focused on Na'Vi right now. Uba does get to the shack. That's huge for Na'Vi. That gives them a little bit of extra safety, a little bit of extra control here in the center of this circle.
New Happy are yelling at the other two teams. Why haven't you gotten one knock against each other yet? Because now, like, they're just waiting for.
Ой-ой-ой, стакнули. А, это флешками. Флешками закидали. Лево захотели убить. Это хорошо. Попал. Туда. Но один в ноке. ПРМ сейчас должны пойти. Должны закидывать утилками. Убах, работай, Убах. Вдвоем. Ой, хорошо. Убах. 2 в 2. Ну, блядь, ну какая ДМР-ка, блядь. Просто ситуация, в которой Убах выиграл, поставив преимущество 3 в 2. Эти выебоны с ДМР-ками. Убах красавчик.
I told you that finish was going to be insane. You're right. And it was all on the Uba to make that happen.
I am playing Counter-Strike, Dota, and PUBG, and Valorant. Ну, Вов. Ну, я как бы люблю, но я давно уже не играл. Папк, стример. Винер, Саста Динер. Жалко, что Нави не выиграли, конечно. Обидно. Убах красава. Обидно на самом деле. Надо было после 2 ноков от Убаха просто сыграть покачественнее, поувереннее. Обидно. Хайлайтики показывают. Ты стоял на Нави? Где вы живете в России? Я даже не знаю, как сказать Московская область хотя бы, чтобы... In Moscow, man. Москву. Так проще, наверное, будет сказать, чем, блядь, объяснять, что я рядом с Москвой. Ну, я думаю, он поймет. Типа, он спросил, где я живу в России. Москва Сити. Бля. Нет, ну на самом деле мне очень сильно жаждал жить в Москве, но все равно. Бля, я расстроен. Я очень сильно расстроен. Москва, я живу в Мадхай, Прадеш, Джабалпур. А это где? Мадхай, Прадеш, Джабалпур. Это где? Надо посмотреть. Мне интересно. One moment, sir. Да, так это центр почти Индии, да? А, Мадхай, это, я так понял, у него регион, а Джамбалпур это Сити. Very nice, man.
Yeah, and on top of that, with New Happy being kind of on that southern side of that ridge that split up the circle, that is exactly the reason why they knew they had to kind of execute them fast. And that one knock that New Happy got on Alia, that was crucial for 4AM to push over. The timing that you could just see, they're sending it right when the fight started. Perfect timing for them.
Definitely, as you can see, number 1, 2, 3, 4.
Я был... Не, индийский переводить это вообще, это даже не английский. Я точно не справлюсь с этим. I not understand, man. Бля, надо открыть просто переводчик, наверное, блять, этот индийский. Сейчас. Такой по-любому должен быть. Вот какой-то идиш индонезийский. Ну-ка, индонезийский прокатит? Не, не катит. Это что-то другое.
Games, a lot of energy coming into this first one. Everyone really excited to just be back here at this international stage. As for Luminosity, of course, yes, you're going to get taken out by that. But look, as we take a look at the overview of this area.
Нет, это не Индонезия.
You can really see how people were kind of marking their territory.
No problem.
Making things slow, and eventually you get corralled into one another.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's like in general, when you have this, when you have a ridge through the middle of the circle, right? You're always going to have, and you're three teams. You're always going to have these teams that you're kind of trying to herd away. And you saw Shanghai from 4AM. He was the anchor. He was making sure that.
Попался же подписчик с Индии, да?
So that would be the first fight we're going to see.
Ну это классно на самом деле. Что такие это берега, так сказать, размыты. Прикольно. Но общаться, конечно, невероятно сложно. Намасте ему. Best аниматор, намасте. А что такое намасте? Скажите мне, пожалуйста, блядь. Я не знаю, блядь. Сколько 4AM по итогу настреляли? 4-4. 3. Это у нас 11. Еще топ-1. 21 поинт. Привет ему вроде. Здравствуйте в Индонезии. Это намасте? Намасте! Блять, откуда вы знаете, как привет по-индийски, блять? Ну это как? Не, красава, конечно, низкий поклон за такие познания. Реально граться. Ну, прям... Не, ну классно на самом деле так развиваться вот так вот. Вот даже потихоньку. Я вот, допустим, никогда не знал, что такое, ну, намасте. Да, я слышал, но я что-то не придавал этому никогда значения. Пока меня это не трогало. Вот, тронуло. Только это и знал. Ну, все равно, типа, это же надо знать. Я вот не знал. Да я, в принципе-то, чё, бля, я за границей-то нигде не был. Мне куда не поедь, я везде скажу так. То есть, ну...
Yeah, definitely so. All right, we're gearing up for our second match. And again, just to reiterate here for the schedule, we are alternating constantly between mirror...
Шалом на иврите то же самое. Иврите. Это что у нас? Потому что много информации. Ну то, что шалом, АК привет, это понятно. Скорее всего, потому что слишком часто слышал шалом. Вот, но... А, на еврейском. Понял. Буду знать.
We've got ourselves a send there as well. For Sonics, as the commentators pointed out, it's the tried and true tested method of America fighting off America. You know, it's an usual thing that we see.
Ну-ка.
No. Well, Cameron, you know, he did all right.
Представим, Энни. В первый раз любой иностранец говорит мне намасте, а не мой индийский друг говорит мне намасте. Мой друг всегда передавайте привет и привет. Yep.
Thank you very much, Desk, I guess. I mean,
it's day one.
They were there.
Let's play nice at least for a little bit.
Finally, Kalaris shuts his mouth and we can start talking. All right, here we go. It is time for Erangel. And what a great game. I mean, just truly...
У нас второй матч начался. Начинается. Ну, сейчас ничего такого супер сверхъестественного интересного не будет. К сожалению.
I think we're still going to get them on this map as well. It's not going to be one large hot drop like we saw on Miramar, but it's going to be a couple of separate isolated ones. I'm looking at Novo, I'm looking at Farm, and I'm looking at
Школа. Там, по-моему, не в школе, а в рожке, по-моему. Школа, общаги, рожок, что-то много тоже. Команда 3 должно быть примерно. Да, посмотрим. Кстати, ни одного кодика не было, к сожалению. Так, Сосновка у нас Джинджи летают. Люминосити у нас хочет в сторону Новорепки поехать. ПЛМ низ Сосновки. Соники забирают починки. Проэмы общаги. Twisted Mind рожок. Спасибо за фоллоу. Twisted Mind и перо, да? Они с перо же летят? Пентаграммы с навями упали. Северный пуст, Казахстан нормально, СТК Южный Жоржик, Церберус всю гадку сплит. Вот сейчас Нави будут меситься. Здорово, Джокер. Кодов не видел. Готовились, не видел. Кодам. ПКМ. Чтобы пойти встретимся завтра. Good luck, have fun, man. Годов не видел, Джокер. Так, пентаграмма Викида уже всекли. Адре нокнули. Акад Хикари остались.
They are a bit in shambles. Just two left, Hikari and Akkad. SLR watching one angle, Akkad on the other. Trying to keep Navi boxed in here. A little bit of information, but they're going to use this opportunity. That is quick from Alia to peek around that corner and get a little bit of extra damage.
У тебя бан будет на вот кодов скоро? Да ладно. Ты чё, Джокер, за шо? Ну. Ой-ой-ой. Аля ошибся. Доел, но ошибся. Прошел тур, который стримил, забрал 2. Хорош. Нет, я 2К не забирал. У меня было поменьше. Мне не везло. Я на один купон вводил код, а на джекоины не все. Хикари последний остался. Ну, просто у него 2х. А Мелман крадется. Еще правильно смотрел партнерский варил. Ты же. Да все правильно, все правильно. Везде все собирать надо. Ну ничего страшного, Джокер. Найдешь еще что-нибудь, приобретешь нормально. Заранее молик раскрыл, чтобы не было слышно его. Когда он, ну, расчехляет его. Слышно, а когда он уже его расчехлил, они подойдут, не слышно. Ну, я думаю, ты найдешь, куда применить джекоины. Одним моликом может всю атаку сломать, сажать одного как минимум. Ой, не. О, не. Да, он их это... Ну, только экземпл нокнул, но это ничего ему не давало. Надо было нокнуть одного и потом кинуть молик. Был бы шанс. Он думал, что они как это... А вот тут еще... Петрик Рот. Ты сами. Ой, хорошо, батут. Мила, кстати, уже приговорили. А Экслет сверху играет у ангара. Аз сидит у Мэншена. Хорошо, наши мальчики контестят, вот что я могу сказать. Нави на втором имеют сколько? 20 ПС, 4АМ 21. It's Graz.
Or at least somewhat with those trees there. Batulins might be able to see it a little bit, depending on what optics he has.
And if Axelef sprinted, I think he can make his way under the bridge and over to Chewy's position. But yeah, he spots a member of Twisted Minds holding that spot. Perfectus is going to make sure that cannot happen. Mark 12 with range sight on it. That's going to be a really hard wall to try and break through. So Petrichor Road seem to just be backing away from this one. Twisted Minds going to be glad that that's happening as well. Just get out of there.
Надо скипать пирожку. Только я не знаю, как ас будет выходить. Ему просто надо закрысить до Талова, чтобы его просто не нашли. А X-Lab надо где-то что-нибудь лутать и так далее. А что это они в масках сидят все? Масочный режим? Вернулся у них, что ли, или что? Почему азиаты сидят без масок, а наши парни сидят в масках? Интересно.
Genji crosses the bridge. Purple Mood had been messing with Genji. That was another fight you were talking about at the beginning, Cam, that we didn't see come to fruition, at least not on our screen.
If my memory serves me correctly, which it oftentimes does not, I think Genji actually took a lot of the trash compounds on the north side, the north road of Sosnovka, that didn't make their way all the way over towards Novo, where Purple Mood did. So avoiding that, and I think, again, likely because that plane path was not very favorable for Novo.
Yeah, I mean, I know Genji wants no part of that fight.
Нихера. Экслад просто чуть-чуть отошел и все. Продолжается дальше.
What do you mean? Look at what we're looking at right now. Why wouldn't you opt into this every single time?
Yeah, it's a great question there, right? Surely no sarcasm there, Cam.
Мне кажется, шансов у них не особо много.
Twisted Minds actually look to continue to take Petrichor Road out, and likely because they just don't want to get shot in the back. Spyro has been up there with the Vector the entire time, sort of giving information, hearing footsteps, whatever he could hear. I'm just surprised that Twisted Mind hasn't tried to move away and maybe gone out of the east side, but they just want to finish this fight, likely to have control over it for the rest of this.
Но его они гарантом будут убивать. Экслет пришел уже туда.
He took the worst end of that fight initially, not able to find the A spray. A really nice repeat there by Batulins to get a little bit of extra damage into AZ. Frag in the bag for Batulins. He could be thinking about trying.
Прямо самое время нагреть. Да. Ну нагрей нормально.
To begin flashing, trying to make this assault. I think he's trying to set up for this.
Два входа со стороны X-Left. И он не простил. Обидно. За батута. Тебя поверил, а X-Left переместился нормально. Ну, есть у них теперь понимание, что здесь два человека сидят. 2 в 2 остались.
Confirm the swing into their favor.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm with you there. I thought Batulins would at least think about.
Опять пошел двигаться, удивлять позиции. И может удивить.
Didn't quite work out. So now Aches left. Looks like maybe for a moment I thought he might go to the outside, might be just checking for vehicles quick and then peeking back in towards the Twisted Minds position. But Twisted Minds as well now thinking about vehicles. Surely that US has to be what Spyro is angling for here.
He's not, right?
А, нет.
No. Oh, we're just continuing.
Нет, он мимо машины идет.
Sure. All right.
They're both in the top half of the leaderboard.
They're both trying to.
Мне кажется, Спайро не дочекает его.
They might just butt heads. They're just running around in a circle.
Очень хотелось бы, чтобы он его зачекал, но что-то передумал. Правильное решение. Взять тачку и уехать. Ну, Соники как нагло встали. Такой линии. Хороший сплит. У Шримзи надо собираться, наверное. Шримзи плюс Майм. 2 вот этих спота забирать. Неплохо будет. Праймы тоже уезжают. Праймов. Что у нас? Все 4 живые. Это хорошо. Он сбил. Ой. Пента, не повезло ему. Ну, тиммейты рядом, так что угрозы никакой. Так, Люминосити у нас на кошку заезжает.
Taking us a bit to get reacclimated to the circle. That is not Rozak, and now Luminosity are going to be pushing in over New Happy. So New Happy didn't really move. This is going to be, oh man, what did we decide to call this mountain? Llama?
Which one? Oh, this one. I think this looks like a fox.
Луч, все, спотнул. Я буду стрелять. Ой-ой-ой, хорошая стрельба от Флуда.
Down 2 so quickly in the blink of an eye, it feels like.
Yeah, it's a risky, aggressive center circle rotation for Sun Sister. Tegu, by the skin of his teeth, able to get into the quarry warehouses and get a res off. LG gonna be an opportunity to snag a little bit of more utility for themselves. And then they should be able to just kind
СТК хороший сплит. От Джинджи, ну, тоже неплохо, в принципе. Бывает и лучше, но имеем, как говорится, еще имеем. New Happy тоже нагло сидят. 2-2. Вторая фаза, это нормально. Люминосити решает крашнуть. Снейкерс.
Okay, no problem. Just a little bit of front end damage. Nothing you can't just, buff out there, I suppose. And
не попал в голову.
Onto Emok from Sun Sister. That's going to force Emong upstairs. Tegu now isolated momentarily. 3 members of LG might not know that he's right behind them. They're
ШСММ. Сейчас подойдет кушать кого-то. Никто не хочет на кошке в начале всего этого дела стоять. Ну и правильно. А могут с любой стороны заехать, подойти. Все, спалили, где он находится. Заряжается сразу же хаешечка, 2 штуки. Фолт его нокает. Спасибо за фолт. Ну и остался один последний парень со свечки. Поставит хедшот, запушит и все. Он тоже это понимает, что если в голову дадут, его запушат. Но его уже контролят. У нас Проктор Гэмбл. Блин. Я бы, наверное, верхний спот забирал бы, самый центральный. У Церберусу. Нави у нас по берегу ротируется. Машина уже там дымилась первая. А эти чего? Они в воду заехали. У них тоже проблема. Есть лодка. Можно поплыть в сторону лодки и куда-нибудь уплыть. Не хотят. Хотят на смоках пройти. Его сразу обгоняет их. Увидели, Нави, как Джинджи поехали. Ну, интересно, что они сделают. Без тачек только Нави остались. Это плохо. Но такой круг реально играть на ноге, но сложно его играть на ноге. Посмотрим. А, там круг идет, 3-я фаза. 4-й будет больно отрывать уже. ЛМ прямо вот на краю. Не хотят они никуда вперед идти, хотят отконтролить свой край. Джинджи поехали крутить. Не пока, не знаю, сейчас посмотрим, как заедут. Немцы себе спотик вкусный захватили. Опасно, Соники сели, очень опасно. Как-то потерянно сели. Я не верю в такую игру Соников. Что-то слишком как-то перебор. Вот этот крутой сплит от Гибли. Очень крутой. Хорошо, машинки поставлены, мансят стоят.
I'm liking a lot of these splits. Luminosity have a nice little split. Purple Moon with a spread. New Happy. A Ghibli have a nice 2-2. 4AM with a little bit of a spread.
Церберсы сразу же и дорогу под кемпом взяли. И кем. Бля. Это на самом деле гениально. Сразу под кемпом дорогу забрать. Ух. Как обидно за Церберусов. Они сидели там, где сидят эйсы. И эйсы сейчас сидят лучше. За них обидно. Ой, пьянь. Пьянь попал.
Could be huge if New Happy step just a foot more forward than they would like to. Could give Purple Moon a great opportunity. We know we've seen them so far. Just be looking for those spots, looking for.
Но мне почему-то кажется, сейчас New Happy, конечно, порвут жопу этим PLM.
Just shy away from the zone, but they won't really have room to maneuver in until New
Группа
Happy
мод
gets taken care
esports.
of because, well, they're going to be on the low ground there, basically in the middle of a valley. I'm looking at Thunder.
Придумай же название.
Make an opportunity happen.
Well, I mean, I'm really quite impressed with the discretion here from New Happy that they aren't pushing over that hill.
Главное, чтобы Соники не встряли, а там X-Left, я смотрю, рядом уже КС. Так. Нави, нападение. Пошло внезапное. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Просто 3 человека из Джинджи. Но они перекрутились. Они сначала уехали в одну сторону, потом вернулись. Хотя они могли просто встать и закрыть Нави. Я в шоке. И как бы респект Навям. Нечего добавить. Это был безумный бред прям полный. На, вот просто от бедра. Это пьянь, что вы хотите.
Whatever it means there, Thunder's not able to find anything. I was hoping he'd be at least able to surprise New Happy a little bit there, maybe get a knock. Maybe he was the one, but regardless, not to be today for Purple Mood. SDK on the move.
СТК едут на кошку. СТК едут на кошку. Едут, не доехали. Сейчас будку им развалит просто в секунду, как мне кажется.
Had to stop, and this is, oh man, this is old school meta car fort style. I know we got some boomers on SDK, but this might be too old of a strategy. Ascend is going to be sending a lot of those shots through. Gets a bit of damage, not quite the knock just yet, but already the fact that the smokes are being deployed this early on, and that's the knock on to Vegas. This is looking like a really rough situation for SDK. However, you can't blame
Нави поехали.
them to go. Look at the zone. There really isn't much.
Нави приехали.
Yeah, you're right. It is a tough circle.
Нави сейчас умирают, их сразу в бутер 2 сквада бегут брать. И еще 2 сквада могут подсосать. Но пирожки не будут. Пирожки выживают, прям видно. А вот Соники могут. А Ливноки. Ну 8 киллов это уже неплохо для Нави. Даже если они сейчас просто умрут, это неплохо. Ситуация у них супер тяжелая. Бермудский треугольник их забрали. Кубок еще в ответ X-Left нокнул. Ха! Хорош! Ванечка. Что творит? Красавчик. Если они этот момент переживут, ну это реально будет мировой уровень. Я хуй знаю, типа, это очень супер тяжелая ситуация, и они из нее выходят, они еще и убивают. Всего, бля! Бля, как же я ошибся, что в фэнтези никого из Нави не взял. По-моему, не взял. Я не поверил. Что Нави прям в первый день начнут лопасть. Они обычно второй, третий день они на месте. А первый день обычно нет. Но не сегодня. Прямо в первых 2 играх они показывают крутой перформанс. Готовность команды, вот она, пожалуйста. Супер сложная ситуация, они выходят из нее. Гибли тут с Церберусами. Зарубились. Размены идут. Последний Хевен остался на ногах.
Of Cerberus. Oh, Himas is still alive too. I'm sorry, I misread that on the screen there. Himas as well, still up. Some pressure being put down, damage being done. The Molly connected there.
Хорошо. Доел.
Actually, it's 4am Summer who gets that knock in the long run. Heaven trying to wrap around, trying to find that final member.
Доел еще одного.
But Himas able to avoid detection.
По Химусу накидывает в бок очень много. Химус откидывает флешечки. Выходит на Хевена. Хевен это слышит. И просто на звук... Ой, пульки не хватило. На звук дать. Прайм все это дело видит, слышит. Подкатываются, захватить территорию. Мне кажется, под кавер они очень успешно это сделают. Все-таки Химас победил эту стычку. Ну и Химас сейчас тоже будет умирать. Будет умирать. Умер. Лу еще нокает Кенту. Нан с Сониками и Хэппи с Сониками зарубились. И тут Мелман еще бежит в спину. И Убах. А там еще Киликай сзади новей. С Кризом. Сейчас будет. Искрит нокает, кстати, Мелмана. Сейчас Убах будет пытаться разменять Искризы. Убах, ну, доел Киликая, доел. Доел хорош, законфирмил плюс поинт. Спасибо за фоллоу. Проем грызут у нас немцев. Так, Мелман вытекает от Искриза. Все, закрыли не Хэппи. Так, Лу хорошо по майке попадает. Проемы так выглядит, как будто еще одну карту хотят забрать. Прямо сейчас. Нави кончились, и Скриз свайпает Убаха. Хороший уровень, ФРМ. Грац. Только надо доиграть. Но Соники в плохой форме. Прям очень плохой. Я думаю, ФРМ сейчас без шансов наебнут. Блять. Все равно. Лу сразу же дает угла слева. Не повезло, конечно. Не долетело. Ой, мимо, мимо. Надо с Тамеру с другой стороны пострелять. Ну все. Сейчас они разрезаются. Стримзи не дадут поднять. Там Лу все контроль, до него угол большой. ФРМ заберут, скорее всего. Если что-нибудь Швин с Маймом не исполнит такое прям нереальное. Все. Close. Victory. 4AM. Вторую игру подряд забирают. Молодцы. Красавчики. Просто пошли катком по группе. Сейчас небольшую короткую рекламную.
Встречайте умную почту Mail.ru. Она сама
Да, а у них у всех каменное лицо, но это типа, это нормально для них. Но я пока отошел, пока у нас промежуток между играми. Сейчас тоже подойду.
Умный календарь напомнит о важном событии, а облако автоматически сохранит нужные вложения, чтобы они всегда были под рукой. Почта Mail.ru. Умная почта для твоих дел. Встречайте умную почту Mail.ru. Она сама распределит письма по темам. Умный календарь напомнит о важном событии, а облако автоматически сохранит нужные вложения, чтобы они всегда были под рукой. Почта Mail.ru. Умная почта для твоих дел.
PGS, it's a back-to-back here for 4am. What a result from them coming in here from the first two games, and another win on the board. They are coming for a statement here at PGS1. What a start.
What an insane start. I honestly couldn't believe it. And of course, hoping a little bit that we're going to have some more different winners today, but still insane. They're able to take the back-to-back here with a lot of kills too. James, they're putting so many points, about double digits in the first game too. It is insane. Sonics though, good game for them. Second place. They managed to hold the cat hill for a little while. Got some points there, second place. And they did quite well with that.
Yeah, they definitely did, definitely. As for 4am though, of course, when you start a campaign like this on Erangel, well, let's start chronologically and think about where those drops are going on. We saw, of course, a lot of people are probably used to Twisted Minds heading towards those apartments, heading towards school, things like that. 4am goes there. They don't want anything to do with it. They are deviating away from 4am. This is a great middle drop location to be able to stage their campaign on Erangel.
Yeah, and it's there's a reason for one of the apartments being called 4am, because they have hot drops, so many teams there, and they never leave. So everyone else is just forced to leave here. So they obviously get tested themselves, but still, we have two other hot drop situations, right? We have Pentagram with Navi, and that's also a rough one.
Let's take a look at the top four then here from this game, as we do have 4am once again at number one. Still though, Sonics being able to take that number 2 spot. But it's all right for EMEA as a whole. Ascend and Navi with 14 kills coming their way.
It's like every time they have more than 20 smokes, they pop off. 23 smokes for this one here. Full squad alive, only for 19 though. That Gen G rotation on the south, it gave away their position, but it opened up the fight, and they actually pushed Luminosity Gaming really well, James, and they executed him quite early on. And then you have Uber in a situation where he's able to take out Ascent.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a look at the moments here from this game, and Navi moving up from that south side, as you were mentioning. Now, of course, as we take a look a little bit further on, this is the rotation that you were mentioning from Gen G. Yes, it actually illuminates the fact that there are teams down here for LG, but again, I was surprised that they weren't able to really kind of stagger the momentum for these teams coming in from the south.
And you can just see that in that exact case there, you have Luminosity. They're just turning 180, looking everything south. Okay, we got a big fight. We got Gen G coming in. They're wiping. There's another guy, and then they actually managed to wipe him completely there with Navi. But Navi coming in is still taking down Luminosity Gaming. They have the advantage. They have the circle, James, and they managed to make a pretty good rotation and take the fight to them.
Yeah, they definitely did here. For Sonics, it was always going to be difficult eventually going up against 4am in the final moments of this. Very corralled into one location, where 4am really seized the initiative for this high ground, created effectively a big barrier situation. So Sonics really didn't have much room to breathe in these final moments, and you could really see it kind of exemplified here.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I actually love the area here, because you have so many potentials to get up to the hill here, and that's why we saw so many teams try to get as late to the ridge as possible.
All right, here are the numbers coming in, and you know what? I'm not going to do it. We have Xiaohai getting himself 5, Xiaolu with 4, Summer with 2. Unfortunately, Martin, I am going to do this one. Crazy.
Remind me again, who is it that has Crazy on his team?
Is it you by chance?
Yeah.
These last 2 games, he's really good, but he's just not getting the better end of the stick for the
but
team
he
fights.
survived this time.
Yes.
Last game, Ubo, he flushed him. In this game, he survived, he got rest. Still putting on damage there, still having an impact. You can see how much damage he's tanking. He's taking 3 times more damage than Xiaolu is.
You say he survived. He did get knocked at the very end, and I seem to recall an Avenger going, no, please. But there you go. That's how it's going to go. But here's the man of the match as we continue things on. Xiaohai here for number 1, baby.
That's great, yeah.
I'm okay with this.
And he's actually overlapping quite well, of course, after the last man of the match here average. So he's dragging the average up there. So I like that. Of course,
yeah.
500 damage. Good to see. 5 kills, though, putting in 1 additional on the top there compared to the last one.
Very, very impressive stuff coming in here from 4am. Again, it bears repeating. I mean, of course, we just come off the back of a segment where we were talking about 4am, how they had kind of an up and down couple of months, I suppose, but even, as you mentioned it, years, which is important. But now we can take a look at how teams have been performing overall. Yes, of course, 4am has been able to take, in terms of to double wins, the average survival time. But Navi, the world champions, they are not messing around to start things off.
They're coming here to play, of course. Good to see both in damage and kills. But in another case here, you have 14 kills in the last game. They got 4th. If they had a little bit more time, if they didn't have that 5 with Gen D, they could potentially have been 4 alive and taken this fight to Sonics and then taking it to New Hab. But yeah, of course, 4AM back-to-back. You can't deny the amount of points they're able to put up here. First one, 11 kills in both games. Yeah, so it's good to see for them.
Very impressive. And if you look down from second, third, fourth as well, very clear that China is very much here to play. 4AM, New Happy, Petrichor Road. All these teams really bringing heavy firepower to the table as 4AM is able to take 21 points from this game.
Yeah. Again, 11 kills here for 4AM. Na'Vi, 4th place, but 14, so 18 for them. Sonic still in a good showing here. They only had 3 kills, James, for second place.
But, I mean, placement points going to help out quite a lot, regardless. I mean,
yeah,
sure. So getting themselves up to a 3rd place here, if you're able to just eventually kind of navigate towards those higher spots, similar to what we're seeing from Ascend here so far. We know that they're a team that likes to try and crash those middle locations, find themselves a good spot, and be able to play out those averages. And it works out to a degree. 7th place at the moment, but 42 points from 4AM in 2 games. It's definitely 4AM's time at the moment.
And we're talking a hypothetical cutoff for top 16 is going to be like 65 points. They're already 2/3 of the way there. In 2 games, they have 10 more games to play.
Yeah, they're doing all right.
Yeah.
They're doing all right for sure here. Na'Vi, the reigning world champions at the moment, in second place with 34 points. I mean, the funny thing is that if we came 2 games in and saw a team at 34 points, we'd have been like, oh my God, that's really, really good. But considering what 4AM just did, that's usually
crazy.
Unimaginable.
Yeah, it is. We've not seen a lot of global tournaments start 2 wins like this and really pop off and put themselves in the lead. But again, it's the group stage. You don't want to pop the champagne too early here. Of course, they could continue, but the morale boost and the momentum that they're able to push from this is going to be obviously a huge factor for them.
Definitely New Happy as well, being able to take one of those top 3 spots so far. I think when you look at these teams, especially from the Chinese region, how they're kind of bringing to the forefront here these early performances, definitely scary competitors to play against. In those team fights, we're seeing them being really quick on the trigger, really snappy with their movement and attacks.
There's absolutely no denying that they have insane individual skill here, and they're coming here with an additional to that. They are putting huge team effort into it, staying alive, taking the fights to all the teams, and they're winning so many 1v1s, except for Crazy 1-on-2 so far. Hopefully for me, and for him, he's going to step up, put some kills on the board.
Miramar on the way to get things going for game number 3. Any thoughts as we get into that?
Yeah, obviously excited to see if we're going to have multiple hot drops. Are we going to have 2 or 3 teams in Power Grid? That's going to be a huge factor. And also, are we going to see something in El Pozo's too? Some changes there. Still drops. They have 12 games to play. I know everyone, or a lot of the teams are thinking, we could potentially get quite easily top 16 here. But you want to make sure that you get that early. And not all the teams want to share their drops. They're trying to get in here and say, all right, we're going to stay. But let's see who holds on the longest.
All right, thank you very much, Avenger. That sets the scene as we're rolling on into Game 3 in a few moments' time. Before we do that, we're going to go head to a break. And when we return, it's more PGS1 to get things going.
They've got shotguns in hand. They just roam around. H1 connects with 1. They're looking around. He knows where the other one goes for the spray. H1 is the key to success right now.
剩最后一个了，吴迪丽这边的，前面踩上来露头盔，洗头，明明。Bill's already his way using the nade actually goes out towards it. Try and go for the black please the map. He is able to get it.
Maybe they can find some assault. E1, Rello lines up.
เอ็กซ์คลูซีฟโดนแฟลชน็อกไปและยังไม่จบตรงนี้เบลมอสยังคงช่วยแฟลชอยู่
9 kill ท่านผู้ชมเดเทป
trong diện tích của vòng bo. Vòng bo tiếp theo có sở một mình trước những số tiền lớn. Wow, đẹp quá rồi.
他这么被动，其实就是恭喜吃鸡的队伍。
そして上から一方的にムクに対しても
Can and Good are silent, not able to do so though. Can, this is their first.
we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
群众们现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has the desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤视频，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PCC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
And as we roll along, so does 4 a.m. winning 2 games here to kick off PGS1. I'm Paper Thin, and joining me now, the lovely, the talented Toby, my friend. What a way to start this. Can you believe it?
It's absolutely phenomenal. I could not hope for a better
Ну,
start.
чё
I
тут
love
у нас?
seeing when we have that one team that just comes right out of the gates going, we prepared for this, we're ready to go for it, we want to
Скоро
go
игра.
right now. Well, that's for him all over.
And Navi not too far behind, all things considered, with how dominant this has been for 4AM. 42 points, crazy start. Probably already can, you can start thinking about them in the winner's bracket for sure.
Yeah.
Navi not too far behind.
And one thing that's interesting to me with Navi here is that usually Navi starts performing really well in the latter stages of tournaments. A Navi that starts off this strong, that is dangerous. That is real dangerous.
No doubt. I mean, this is a team that we all, of course, we're thinking about, we're talking about, and rightly so. They have certainly proved that they are, there was no flashes in the pan at all. This team is made of the real stuff.
And I love that 4AM comes in and performs this well right off the gate. I did my tier coming in, so the only team I put in, I'm not quite sure yet, was 4AM. And they go, Toby, why did you even, why hesitate? We're up there with Sebest, and well, they've shown it in 2 games back to back.
They struggled a little bit in the beginning of the PCL this year.
Exactly.
People might not know, it wasn't a great start. They sort of like Pentagram, but they had a much better finish, where they struggled at the beginning of their series, and as time went on, they got better and better and better.
Yeah, and it's just phenomenal to see. You have players with experience of, years and years and years worth of PUBG experience coming in and performing at this level. And even so, players that we saw do incredibly well in their beginning of their career, then they fall down a bit, but now they're coming back up to kind of just show the world what they're made of.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you think about players like Xiaolu that have been around for as long as I can remember. Yeah, Uva. I mean, Uva.
Играть сегодня будет или
There's
что?
no doubt about it. And so a ton of great players who have been here since it feels like the beginning. As we get ready to move back over to Miramar, and yeah, I mean, a solid little finish there at the end for the Sonics. It was a tough fight for them. So much going on at the southern end of that circle.
The open hillsides, especially coming up to that cat hill from the west, is so incredibly difficult. You have Ascent over there too, trying to apply pressure. Navi coming in from the southern side. I mean, Luminosity, when they heard that fight on the southern side between Gen G, well, it wasn't really much of a fight, let's be fair. But when they heard the shots being fired on that southern side, they were looking north. They were going, how are we going to rotate it? Wait. We have Navi to deal with now as well. It just became a cluster on the west, and I think Sonics, to some extent, got caught in a bit of it, and then when the fight came to them in the end, they simply weren't ready for it.
Yeah, it just was. I mean, I'm impressed Sonics got through it.
Same.
Yes, but it was still like 4AM was doing such a good job of just clearing space and taking position.
Наконец-то.
They were ready for it. Well, we move back over to Miramar here for game number 3 on the day here at PGS1, my friend. This one should be, if anything, if these first 2 games have been any indication, this should be a barn burner.
I'm just excited for it. We're taking a look instantly over towards...
Ну что, контест-то будет на мужчин в этот раз?
There has been a long time now where, for the most part, in most regions, we see like 3 Erangels back to back, then 3 Miramars, or the other way around. We're here back and forth between the maps every single game. Normally, when we have these hot drop situations, teams go out of one game straight into the boom, let's go again. Now, I know there's been hot drops on both sides, but for example, with the power grid drop, they have had a game to extra on Erangel to think about, are we really going to go on Miramar again? So I'm curious to see, now that you kind of skip a map, if that's going to impact the continuous hot drop situation, or if they've already talked it over.
Yeah, no, I think it is a really interesting thing that we don't often get to see at the global events. And personally, I'm a fan of switching maps, at least as far as
same.
It keeps me fresh, keeps me kind of, really dialed in. I want to see different circles and different parts of the maps and all that. But now it's like, maybe if there were 2 circles on the map, like 2 times in a row, I'd be like, well, I might not remember the last time. Maybe
So one thing it does for sure as well, especially here in a LAN setting, is that it creates so much more pressure.
Да, фураем летят.
Because one thing is dying in a game, going out, talking over what we're going to do next game. Yeah. You come out of an Erangel game, talk, guys, I know what just happened, but let's forget about it, because now we're going to
А, все вижу. В сторону Хасиенда.
And well, here we are once again. Plenty of teams down towards power grid.
Попытка номер 3. 3 команды в Power Grid.
From grabbing these vehicles. Yeah, I think AZ here got a barrel right out the rip and a 3x on top of it as well. Could absolutely do some damage.
В этот раз Перо буду действовать быстрее, я уверен.
Yeah, just trying to leave. The circle is going to take us towards the west side of the map, so easy peasy transition, or at least should be, for Twisted Minds to make their way in that direction. We are seeing the Ace at a long distance, iron sights. Taking shots towards AC would be treacherous if he was to fall to shots from behind like that, but seems like he will be just fine.
I think he got a tire there.
Сейчас, похоже, также на очке все разойдутся. А обрез взял, нет? А обрез не взял? Как ты смеешь? Кто ты такой, чтобы обрез не брать? Икары.
Instead, they put themselves in a position where they can punish that vehicle being taken themselves.
Exactly. Now, well, Pentagram last time, or 2 games ago, I should say, we saw them in this position. They were the ones who kind of say, you know what, we should just go north. Let's just wrap out on foot, get vehicles later. They ended up never getting vehicles, but let's go north, play it safe. Kind of being backfilled by Petrichor immediately after. This time around, it seems like at least to more of an extent that they're sticking around. But on the flip side of that, Petrichor all set in the break, not really too...
Перо просто каждый раз берут себе швейку и садятся в деф ее. Хотите, пушьте. Вот как они считают. Странная политика, на самом деле. Ну и вторую игру подряд у них хватает оружия. Все с оружием. За швейку заодно. Я не знаю, это магия какая-то. PubgM забирает себе Хасиенду. Круг. Посмотреть бы круг. А, круг влево. Западный круг.
我用自己的游戏理解，然后慢慢的去融入这个体系里面，就有很好的发挥。就我们的心态还是挺正常的吧，就抱着正常的心态去打比赛，然后目标还是冠军。我心里觉得的话是打闹吧，就我觉得他们4个选手个人能力都非常强，然后打法凶悍。
Our biggest goal is to become the champions. Well, I mean, they're coming off to a pretty good start. If that is the intent, that's for sure.
And this guy, Summer, if you don't know who he is, you should.
Yeah.
This guy is an absolute genius at PUBG. He's been such a successful IGL across many different teams. You know, you think back to VG, or VG Gaming, I think it was, or whatever, VC Gaming. And of course, MCG. Over the
VC Gaming, VC Gaming.
Mastermind of the game.
And giving credit to Godby as well, saying he laid out the foundation. He pretty much set up, and I could take over.
42 поинта у PubgM. И 24 килла у Нави. Хотя первую Нави должны были выигрывать. Гарантированно.
Navi here is over in Minas area, 4 a.m. Summer. Snagged a vehicle and then drove away from that vicinity back towards Hacienda. Otherwise, the map is relatively quiet. It looks like maybe Pentagram, if Purple Mood were to have driven across that road just north of Power Grid, there might have been a scuffle there, but looks like Purple Mood is wise to kind of how things are working in that Power Grid situation, and they're driving around to avoid it.
We see Petrichor now make their rab on out on foot.
Блять, перо все бегают и бегают, бегают и бегают. Ну типа серьезно. Ну смысл какой?
Not only the last mirror of the day, but also the next couple of days.
Sun Sister with a really wide spread here on this.
Тупо надеяться, что однажды будет прок на ПГ и у тебя будет позиция. Ну, можно упасть в другую. Быть с машинами, хорошо полутаться, быстро приехать. Чем бегать без лута, без машин, компетитив, на ноге.
Down that hill below. I mean, he does have a mag up on the hill above, but he needs to apply so much pressure. If SDK opts to peek over towards him, if EXO coming in from the center of the circle tries to go towards Fever, he needs to go down. Actually, you can see it on the map now, already dipping. In the meantime, Koi trying to spot down towards Twisted Minds. Spotting 2 on a buggy. Well, if there's a shot you want to take, that could be it. Does he go for it? No. I think he's going to hold this fire for just a bit longer.
Yeah,
they don't have cars, so if they get stuck up there, I mean, they're in so much trouble.
Exactly, and he doesn't have a DMR to back that up either. Exactly. It was a shotgun, so a lot of things not going in Petrichor Road's favor in that situation, for sure. SDK, a little bit of damage on Penta, but I think they're relatively okay.
And I love the play from EXO, we just saw here. They saw that Sun Sister opted to regroup, And while STK were coming down, X said, you know what? No, we're sending 2 in vehicles down. We're going to take this spot away from you. And as a matter of fact, ending up forcing STK to think better of it. So smart, aggressive play from EXO. I mean, we heard them while you and Cammy were casting. We could hear them from the green room, and they were hyped from the start. So coming into these games with a lot of confidence, especially when a team that might not have the most or any LAN experience at all, that is massive, because that is something a lot of new teams don't manage to go with in the first couple of games, even the first couple of days.
Никто еще не умер.
That compound they had in that first game when Gen G crashed, I thought they were donezo. That compound is so hard to hold because it has that open roof. It's really small. Everybody on the team's in there, but they managed to make it work. So that is a phenomenal start to this tournament for them. And again, you know, we hope to see them continue to play well. New Happy here driving out of Chuma Serra. You did have Cerberus a little bit in the area, but looks like it is, or yeah, it is Cerberus. So they looks like they're okay. Sonic's just north of that. Gen G heading in out of El Pozo. So everybody just trying to find what they can with this circle. A lot of teams, of course, thinking Monte Nuevo here.
Yeah, one thing that's so interesting about these circles in particular is that you have such a, I don't want to say easy, but doable rotation opportunity when it comes to rotating north to south or the other way around. But east to west here, because of the mountains on the southern side, and even the ones up towards the north, they're so damn difficult to traverse. So everyone right now trying to get their south to north rotations in early so that they can then start wrapping in the other directions on foot potentially. You see now New Happy already, they want to get up on the hill. They want to get that difficult rotation over with, because north to south, much more doable.
Yeah, exactly. This is a tricky circle to navigate, but it usually ends up going more north than not, but we'll see how this one rolls on. 4 AM here cutting underneath LG's sight lines. LG holding fire.
Без расчека, безо всего, просто едут. Ура, конкретно. Где они собираются собирать информацию? Вопрос хороший.
It's like drafting in car racing, right?
Quite literally. They're just saying, you know what? You do the scouting. You'll be the spearhead of this operation. We'll lash onto that one at least for a little while. And now shots are being fired, and that's going to potentially force 4AM into a weird spot.
Наши играют, да, Нави и bestmoments. Две команды.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, and what better team?
Здорово, Андрей. Не хэппи сделают Грейс? Пока не похоже. Ну, вообще, да, они неплохо играют, но лучше всех пока по ротациям 4AM. Нави лучше всех в файтах сейчас себя показывают и в сложных ситуациях. Китайцы сильные? Да никто не спорит. Китайцы действительно сильные. Как прок будет. ССТ просто слишком хорошо. У ССТ больше всех информации. Соники хотели префом что-то выехать занять, но не стали. Пирожки расстраивают. Убах, да, видел. Убах выиграл ту игру, но остальные игроки Нави что-то закинули ее. Просто ситуация 4 в 3, и ее Убах делает 3 в 2 в пользу Нави, и потом просто что-то пошло не так. Айкслайд просто нок экземпла, нок Мелмана. Нави решаются отсюда уезжать. А по пирожку начинают наваливать просто. Снейкерс. Доел Мелмана. Пиу с концами. У 4AM загрыз одного. Дяу. Да, я говорил это. Я говорил. Экземпла доели. Плохой старт этой карты. И для Нави, и для 4AM. Может, не хэппи все-таки сейчас ультанул. Тут 4AM с Джинджи. Джинджи терять нечего. Джинджи сидят 2 поинта. Джинджи жаждут крови. Да. Они последний, когда Global играли, у них примерно такой же состав, там только одного, по-моему, человека поменяли. На Фоксе, по-моему. Фокси, по-моему, не было. Тайомин был, Диджи был, Пио был, Фокси, по-моему, не было. Не уверен я. Но я не помню его, что он был у них. Они агрессивны, у них терять нечего, у них 2 поинта всего. А у Фораэмов 42 поинта, как бы, за 2 игры. Тайомин Саммера нокает. Крейзи разменивает Фокси. Тайомин разменивает Крейзи. Вайп Фораэмов. Ну, 2 катки победить за 2 катки 42 поинта, они имеют право себе так закинуть. Не хотелось бы, но имеет право. Релла в ноке. Пирожки тоже жаждут крови, только потому, что у них положение такое, они падают под дропом, и у них нет ничего, ни лута, ни машин. То есть у них минимум лута. Ой, это группа Монтана и Ева. Очень интересно на самом деле. Тоники наваливают по своим соотечественникам. Сейчас, если кто-нибудь нокнет, пирожки по-любому сделают выпад. Они понимают, что перед ними, стопудово. Алло, с концами пошел. СТК мне не нравится, как тоже играют. Ну, типа, прям как-то совсем не очень. ССТ тоже владели супер информацией, супер на сплите, сидели первый круг. И в 3-м круге они просто сидят. Мне не нравится позиция. Может, они что-то знают, чего не знаем мы? Да, выбьют. Точно, блядь. Перфектиксы, блядь. The mini gonna find the knock on to Perfectix. The fact that Luminosity doesn't only get to scare off Petrichor, but forces Twisted Minds back to the compound too, and live to write about it, that is insane. They're applying so much pressure from a position that is so damn difficult to play, and a lot of the effort that they're putting in is only possible due to floods off. Доработали Перфектиксы, не повезло ему.
But because he's forcing teams away, they're able to play it. This is such a well-drawn setup from LG. Really nice stuff. Perfectix is gonna go down there.
Ну, на баге наездником особо не покатаешься тоже.
East or northwest, but Ghibli driving in just on the other side of that, potentially cutting through the sightlines of LG. A fight may be brewing. Glaz up ahead with that buggy. First point of contact, LG here starting to rush in. They may want to cut Glaz down.
He has no clue. They want to get it, but half second late. Snakers was there. Full sprint forward. Little does Ghibli know that they get to live with this gas. I say that.
Попал разулю. И X-Left его по итогу убивает.
And now he's stuck behind this tree. May need some smokes or some help to get out of that position here. As Petrichor Road now starts to pour the fire in towards LG's position.
А Снайкер все равно ворует этот фраг.
So the extra pressure applied by LG from up top allows them to also steal that kill away from X-Left.
Кстати, Нави забирает перекресток, и это одна из самых лучших позиций на карте прямо сейчас. Это, кажется, Нави сейчас накиляет.
there's a dip on the eastern side of the road up to the north after the crossroads, and there's not much else to work with. And oh boy, Snakers, that didn't go so good. And Ghibli there.
Раз, два, три, четыре. 4 коллектива в городе. Не считая Нави. Нави пятый. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, 6 коллективов. Монтануево. Сложно будет им всем выбираться, все будут через файт идти стопудово. Ну, пирожки хорошо, в принципе, тоже расположились. 2 машины раздобыли, важно очень. Гибли тоже на одной машине втроем вышли. Но в зоне. Баги могут, наверное, забрать. Джинджи вчетвером. Двое занимает поле. Только когда Монтануево будет давить, они будут закрывать. Фланг целый.
Priority position for them to be in. 0 kills so far, but as long as the circles keep going this way, I wouldn't be surprised if it stays that way.
HS had been spotted, damage done. He has to go for the heal. Cerberus, the Hemas has been really, really good for Cerberus this year. Yeah. Right up there with Tycon in terms of damage and kills and all those good things. So, you know, certainly a team that, you know, Tycon, we all know, we saw it last year where he was playing out of his mind, but, you know, Hemas is stepping it up as well. And this is a team that really could make some waves.
Напрягает КСМ очень жестко. С бочек. Идет, 4-я фаза уже. Убили КСМ. Ой, пьянь. Ой, пьянь, живи. Пьянь выжил, хорош. А у Нави-то 2 человека, да, осталось? Точно, я забыл. Могут не удержать позицию свою. Sun Sisters. Просто пацаны владели кругом и забили в каком-то доме. И их просто, ну, опередили и закрывают их. Ой, если бы Нави были вчетвером там. Была бы красота. Sun Sisters это фидеры. Добавить мне нечего. Ну, типа у них тупо 0-0.
Mood and Sun Sister that just fell are now the victims of exactly that. 1 kill for New Heavy. Still plenty more space having to be found for them to get inside the next one. It might not be too far on the map.
New Happy тоже. Что не посмотришь, все время они в какой-то тяжелой ситуации, на самом деле.
Sonic's already rotated ahead into the new circle, so a little bit of extra room to maneuver here on the eastern edge of things, but Twisted Minds right on the other side. Sonic's
должны слышать были New Happy, что Цессы съехали с горы. Но перед ними стыка стоят. Здесь Пайры выбивает опять. Опять на ротации теряют второго игрока. Весты. И это очень печально.
Hisaki drives into position, but he's on the other side of the road, a little bit too far away for a frag grenade. Batulins gets up ahead, and some crossfire from Lou gets the knock onto Flood. Kickstart trying to weasel his way forward. Relo had taken a bunch of damage. In fact, it's a knock from Tamin, from Genji
помогает весам.
Finding just enough of an angle there with that mini. Gotta love that bullet velocity on that gun.
Luminosity able to play the hillsides for a while, but now this position simply not going to last them any longer. Ball boats will fall as well, so that's Purple Mood out in 14th. In the meantime now...
Троих, давай сюда. Гуимин. И Тоси. Конечно. Просто в 2 хаешки. Убрали всех пирож.
Alia there going to get a finish onto Heaven. Tosi trying to get over to Gumin to get the res. Pentagram can sit in this compound. They don't have to move. It doesn't seem like they're going to opt to.
Фокси в ноке.
Damage to LG, but it's EXO. Akita returning the favor onto Foxy. Meanwhile, STK letting some grenades fly.
Не хэппи будут сейчас со стыка рубиться.
To do a lot of damage. Vegas here getting some scrapes, getting some bruises into New Happy. Can he find a break?
STK is well known for this. New Happy up close, as dangerous as anyone else, trying to see if they can make their way further forward. Cerberus now doing the same thing. They knew they had to make the move eventually. They want to make the play down towards Sonics, but no room to maneuver.
Лут двоих скушал. Приятно, вкусно. На Нави как прокает. Только их двое, к сожалению.
Really interesting because the eastern side of the city is completely barricaded, whether it be Navi or SDK, New Happy. It's going to be tough for anybody like Sonic, Cerberus to find a way in.
Also now is where when you're inside the city, start to want to wait. Should we just have a truce for a second and kill the players that are
Vegas готов.
like, time out, guys, time out. Leave your shotguns. Let's do DMRs again. Shoot at the people outside the city because they will come here. Then we can fight for top 5 rather than top 11.
Yeah, Micah here just knows, you know, with all these smokes that something is afoot, looking to see if anybody will.
Лу еще Швина нокнул.
Cheeky flank outside of them. Hisaki though actually doing a ton of damage. ZP on here, able to hold it down with barely
4 патрона потратил он по Вегасу. Вегас не готов был к этому. Весы у нас заканчиваются. Twisted Minds.
But crucial for Cerberus to make some sort of space, potentially a fire escape to get to the city, and he's not done yet. Hisaki fights one more, now they're making a run for it.
It's huge for Hisaki. That might have given him just enough space to get into this next compound, to get a safer spot in the next circle. Sonic's in the meantime.
По миллиметру Соники двигаются.
And this crossroads has enough of depth that they can hang out of it, but Purdy Curdy was waiting with open arms for Hisaki. A quick knock and flush at STK.
Hisaki охерел совсем в край. АМК-то остался один. У Церберсов. Ну, его ждет тоже крах. У него играть, в принципе, негде. Рубка у нас на севере Белого Безопасного. Пентаграммы с Гибли запустились. Тоси убили концами. Гибли погибли. Бедный Брекска. Шлемзи его прокидывает, доедает. Джинжи в помойку просто с одной хаи опять. Так хотел сверить за Джинжи, но что-то слабовато. Наверное, набрать поинтов 10 за эту игру, и у них будет более чем хорошо.
Nicely done by Ghibli. I love what the Sonics are doing, by the way. As the circle just goes right into Monte Nuevo. Well, I said I wanted it, and I got it. I'd apologize to the players, but I'm not actually sorry.
Кента прокинул с берстовочки Майма. Надо, наверное, к забору им будет смещаться. Какие мои ставки? Ну, здесь, я думаю... Смотря как Нави будут дефаться. Если Нави задефают Соников, я думаю, Нави заберут эту катку. Потому что Соники единственные... Ну, Соники и Пентаграммы. 2 в полсквада. Единственных. И если Нави отдефают Соников каким-то чудесным образом, то я думаю, Нави выиграют. Пока СТК тоже неплохо сидят, в принципе. У остальных у всех файты, все идут. Ну, совершенно тут непонятно, что произойдет. Борьба за миллиметр карты происходит. Ой-ой-ой. Он уходит. Блять. А вот Акита на мужика доиграл. Вот, пентаграммы и Соники закончились. 2 фоллоуинг сквада. Убах в ноке. Нави не помогут сейчас. Да. Надо было на мужика принять его. Хорошо. Последний адер на ногах. Против Шримзи и Швина. Сейчас Убах... А он Убах еще не разрезал. Печально это.
I like the play from Purdy there as well. We saw him kind of flex out of this building that they know they're only two, they know they're set center. Let me see if I can get a flush. They're not players on both sides. These small points could easily become the deciding factor in whether or not you make that way in.
Ну, Нави хорошо, с учетом того, что они... Вот им бы, конечно, выйти как-нибудь. Но ты не хочешь выходить. Только у Экса сольник, у Пентаграммов остался сольник, у Церберусов сольник, у Нью-Хэппи сольников много. Убах взрывает Адера последнего. Все. Это топ-7 для Пентаграммов. Теперь большая главная боль — это Соники, их трое. Ну, я как, по крайней мере, говорил, так и придерживаюсь сейчас того, что происходит. Соники, наверное, выиграют. Ну, если они не ошибутся, то да. Они должны выигрывать такое. Но есть фактор того, что им не повезет, и их зафокусит больше, чем положено, они откроются там нигде не нужно, и их не простят тут.
Holding ZPon at bay. Suppress. Do not come to us. Yeah, please do not. And even if he does, he still has to get through Duckmai first. Yep. Duckmai here.
It's as if he knows there's someone around.
Yeah, Duckmai, you know, the timing. Duckmai can't find the shot.
Пьянь, ты что творишь? Они сейчас Нави задушат? Не факт. Звезда будет. 9 человек, ну это нормально. Позиции хорошие были у Соников. Ну, теоретически это круг ушел, ну, звезда у СТК. Посмотрим. Пока что все происходит, как и было. Здорово, Ваня. Чё тут? Тут Нави ебут. Без СМС-регистрации. For Navi to make sure that they have to go out that northern side to go into the sight lines of the other teams on the other side of the road. Не факт, но я говорю, если Нави справится с Сониками, то у них все шансы есть. Ну, да тут у всех шансы есть на самом деле. Даже Сольники могут тут выиграть на самом деле. У Экса, у Нью-Хэппи. Янь вон с дробовиком ходит, раздает, блядь, просто.
And Shrimzy here dodging very nicely. Both players not taking any damage just yet. Meanwhile, Zipion is just absolutely wrecking with the pump shotgun. Shrimzy got clipped by a molly, I believe there.
Пьянь еще и Пенту срубил. Мне кажется, вообще сейчас это Пьянь выиграет соло. А размены? А размены нет. Керти все-таки Пьянь убивает. Хорошо, кубок. Блять, ну опять это СЛР в руках руинит. Короче, 1 в 1. Ползет на инфу. Аптек нету, есть только бинты. Нет было армора. Соники выиграли. Ну, Нави почти, кстати, дали пиздов им 2 в 3. Шанс был, в общем. Шанс был. Я и говорил, типа, лучшая позиция у Нави. Если они отдефают Соников, то они выиграют. Ну, Соников они не отдефали. Спасибо, Серег, за ману. Спасибо. Чё мы? На рекламу пойдем? Хайлайтики сейчас покажут нам, посмотрим. Крестам не повезло, на самом деле. У них 2 человека на ротации было потеряно. Это обидно. Ну, пирожек просто стерли. Терочкой так. И пирожек нет, не стало. Вот он. Это плохая стрельба от Адра была, на самом деле. Ну, прям с АРКой бы зашел, он бы его, скорее всего, убил бы. Вот здесь вот Майка на мужчину бы доиграл. Это было бы круто. Но еще пока... Ну, почему не пока как нокнул он его? Но все равно, с учетом того, что Нави вдвоем были, центр круга и сидели достаточно долго, не так плохо на самом деле. Послушаем этих мелочей.
I rarely see the circle actually being heading to this location.
It is extremely rare, obviously, because we have this high ground
Пауза
inside
пока.
Montenegro that pushes it away in phase 4, but it went back again and again and again. We had an ending on the road, like the intersection, and I actually love those. Only had a few endings at the Southern when I play ranked, but this is a really rare one. It's really hard as well because you have, like, it's separated by the road and then you have so many sheets of metal that is defending everything for them. But it's interesting, Sonic made it play kind of well, but Navi actually almost made a big dent in their team.
Almost here. Really came down to the wire here in terms of those 1v1v1s even here as we had. Once again, NA on NA action to finish things off. It wouldn't be the situation properly if it wasn't for that to go down here. But a great win for Sonics, considering that you get this weird kind of half and half pseudo-urban ending. Sonics not necessarily coming in from that angle initially here, playing kind of that east side and being able to intravenously work their way towards Montenuevo. So I think they played it steadily, played it calm, and played it good.
It's actually the play you should be. Like, you should not be in a city unless you know it's going to end there. And it's extremely rare we have these month endings. So the way they actually made their way in and stayed with 3 guys for so long was really well executed by them there. And then, of course, sending one of the knock players forward to be able to clutch the 1v1. And also unfortunate for Purdy, he did not have a first aid. He had to bandage a little bit, then pop a stun grenade and then try to peek it.
Here are the numbers. Here's the breakdown as Sonics fly ahead in terms of the damage done for this one. They were really big impact makers in this game here. 2,100 damage going their way. As once again, we still see Na'Vi and New Happy here. Aside from, yes, Sonics being able to attain the top spot here, there's a lot of sponging, a lot of spamping going on here, Martin, for the first 3 games.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's a little bit surprising. Usually we have a lot more chaos, we have a lot more teams doing a little bit more random things, and especially when we've talked to the players leading into this, they're like, the first stage gonna be super chaotic, we're gonna see a lot of teams fighting on the edges.
Yeah.
But it's very, like, they are so sure where they wanna go. The deciding factors here is coming in fast. I'd love to see some Cerberus action too here, but again, Sonics with this play here, making making sure that the kind of the last team going into the city staying 3 alive was really the win factor for them here. Ascent trying to defend a little bit here was EXO. It's nice try there, but EXO's a little bit too many. Nice nade by Uber. Taking down Pentagram. Pentagram, I've liked what I've seen from them so far, but it's really hurting from them in terms of the
Yeah, the entrance to these last circles as well for them, always going to be difficult when Sonics and especially Na'Vi is able to finish that off. I say especially Na'Vi, it was especially Sonics actually that was able to shut them down. So take a look at some of the final moments coming in from this. Uber trying to do Uber things in the final moments. And, you know, it's always, I have to bring it back every single time. The fact that Uber went away for a while and all of a sudden he was back and then just still as good as he ever was. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm getting even better.
All right, let's take a look at the winning stats coming in from Sonics as well, as we have good old H-Win getting himself the top spot, even I should say, with 4 kills.
The Beard brothers here back in action.
Lovely.
And also another thing here for the top 4 teams and what we've seen from them so far. Not a lot of kills in the top here. It's not as top heavy. We don't have that many teams in double digits, so it's going to be very more linear once you go through the total points here. But of course, good to see Atron and the IGL, the brain man on the team, coming in here with a lot of damage and the 4 kills.
Some call him the big thinker, Martin.
The philanthropist.
The big thinker, the big thinker. Meanwhile, of course, as we take a look at the man of the match as well, it will be him himself. So we'll take a look also at the average numbers coming in for this as it does sit. But, I mean, not huge amounts in terms of overall damage done here from them, but compared to the rest of the lobby, massive. Like, nobody was really getting a look in. Because you've got this pseudo-urban ending on that west side, everyone's kind of taking these snide little shots at one another, and it all gets very spread out apart from Sonics.
You can see how it came down to so many ones. It was only Sonics that stayed for 3 for that long, right?
Yeah.
That's always the case when we have these kind of urban endings here.
All right, let's take a look then.
Wow.
Overall, what we're getting from our first 3 games. Now we're still at the top of the 2, but Sonics will able to fly past the position that we see from Na'Vi, New Happy 4 AM over on the average survival time.
That 25 minutes is very, very high. Like, that is really crazy to see. But still, Na'Vi really close, of course, on the second place. 38 seconds behind, of course. The longer time you have all 4 alive is a huge factor, right? And when you have the top 2 situations many time here. But the match leaderboard, of course, 19. But as we're talking about here, not very linear. 10, 9, 8, 8, 7, 6. Like, there's not that many teams in the double digits.
Here's the thing where we got to extract from Miramar, though, especially for Sonics. They are not contested in Picardo at present in this group setup, which does give them their old school strategy, available rotations to them, so that is going to set them in good stead for now.
Yeah, and looking at the total leaderboard here, Sonics moving into 31. We're talking about, again, the hypothetical cutoff for the top 16, 65 points plus minus, whatever. Them being halfway here of 3 games is obviously fantastic, because once they're going to be moving into 17 gaming territory, then they could be hot dropped. And of course, they want to have enough points. They want to kind of front load their points once they get to play against them, because they have like 50 points or so going into those games. They might be in a pretty good position.
Yeah, word on the grapevine is there probably will be adjustments. And I mean, all things considered, when you look at what we've seen from Sonics in the past, especially at recent internationals and things like that, it has severely hampered their performance when it comes to trying to challenge for those locations. And I think now at this point, 2023, it would be smart and wise for Sonics to be going elsewhere if they were challenged.
Flexible for sure, and we've seen in some of the recent tournaments that they have been flexible. They've tried out different stuff, and it's working with varied success.
Well, we will see now as we're getting into Game 4 in just a few moments' time. As you can see, Ascend actually moved up quite nicely so far on the overall leaderboards. They've been quietly consistent for these first 3 games, but nothing hugely flashy just yet.
Their home turf circle, though, I was hoping for them to get a little bit more out of that one. Yeah, on Aragon. Well, they're able to get into a good spot from Quarry. It's ending on the Cat Hill east of Quarry. I would like to see like a little bit more points coming out of that game. That's 100% what they're thinking too.
Well, as you can see here, the players are almost ready to go. Martin, any more thoughts before Erangel before we actually get into this one?
Yeah, obviously, we're still keeping our eyes on the hot drops. This is going to continue to happen, and are we going to see more crazy action from 4AM?
Yeah, I've got my eyes on Rozok as well, considering what we actually saw from the position there with Twisted Minds trying to challenge that location, as you're alluding to here, Martin. But it is now time. Let's get ready for the grassy pastures. Once again, it's PGS1 as we head over to Paper Thin and Toby.
Thank you once again, boys. And yes, we go to Erangel, and I mean, tied at the top of the leaderboard, two powerhouses of PUBG esports, Navi and
Начинается у нас четвертый кат.
now right in the conversation, having a phenomenal day. So, you know, three big teams from three big regions, partner teams across the board. This is exactly what you're looking for to kick off PGS.
Болеем за Нави. Весты что-то у нас сегодня не очень. Зато ладно, хоть Нави в порядке. Есть, как говорится, за кого потопить. Эра Нави, видимо, наступила все-таки. Мы ждали ее, и дождались. Что будет у Нави опять ход-дроп? У них был в прошлый раз. Ну, судя по всему, будет. Против пентаграммов у них был ход-дроп, напомню. Петрик и Рот против... А нет, пирожки не захотели с твистами. Еще раз контеститься в рожке, потому что пирожки получили пиздов в прошлом Эрангеле. Ебать там скопление на арбузах. Там просто стреляли 4 сквада. Непонятно. Пентаграммы, Нави и Гибли на тачку падал. Все. Динг-динг-динг-динг-динг-динг-динг. Забрали они все-таки Мэншн. В прошлый раз Нави его забрали и победили. И победили контест. В этот раз они не забрали. На, хорош, Хикари, сюда бомжа, бля. Викет. Алю нокнул. Борьба пошла до первой крови, бля. Надо двигаться, двигаться, двигаться. Поешечка. Мимо кассы. Совсем от слова мимо. Разрезались. Ну какой тайминг выбирает Викет. Ой, да ладно. И Алю. Ой, с хаешки. Идеальная хае была. Походу сейчас Нави. Ну не нужны вот эти хот-дропы, блядь, когда ты занимаешь, грубо говоря, первую позицию в турнирной таблице, тебе не хочется хот-дроп. Хотя за счет хот-дропа они прошлый рангель просто на киллах очень много надкусывали. Ну не знаю, теперь у них -2 на самом начале. Вот перо получили пиздов от весов и задоджили следующую карту. Типа, ну смысл какой? Они могут лучше перформанс показывать. Просто лучшим ресурсом. Ну вот эти вот контесты, я не знаю. Типа, один раз у тебя получилось, ты вырвался на первую строчку турнирной таблицы, тебе есть что терять? Очки. А вот командам, у которых их нет, им нечего терять. Они только рады таким контестам. Поэтому я считаю, что надо было просто задолжить. Вон еще Ивен подъехал. Sun Sisters подкатывают потихонечку. И по итогу, кто правильно? Кто бы не выиграл, они, скорее всего, будут дальше в говне. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой, все. Это талант был. Сюда еще и пьянь идет, блядь, 4-й сквад. Вот почему контесты это плохо. Особенно в таких кемпах. Где просто, ну, самолет был далеко. И здесь все усрано было рядом командами. Как видим, 4 коллектива. Вот чел должен был удивить позиции, но удивили его. Ну, я не должен уходить. Он сделал дело, должен Себастьяну дать.
Not able to connect any shots.
Still haven't been able to get the rest on Feven either, Imhag. I mean, I think especially with their hilltop kind
По итогу третий сквад Transistors. Ну, это, я не знаю, это еда какая-то. Бегают что-то, ребята, фидят. Мне кажется, практически любой ладно, СНГ, этот команда казалось бы себе там лучше, нежели эти ССТ. Ну, типа, вообще, какие-то мальчики для битья и только.
But I think for Pentagram, they don't really have to stress despite having lost more.
Now, a lot of people shooting at this Sun Sister getaway car. So far, it is getting away. Can HS find any shots? No, he just has to reload, has to rethink. Penta, in the meantime, is going to get taken down by Tycon. Tried to go up and over the hill, and Tycon
наказали Пенту. Пытается задоджить Нави. Ну все, Нави умирает. Хотя могли закрепиться на первом месте таблицы. Высокое давление. Ну, ТСТК уже двоих потеряли. Такое иногда ощущение, что команды не могут играть, они хотят играть. Делают какую-то дичь. Просто непонятные вещи вытворяют. Типа ты и так сидишь в руинах, один умер, второй умер.
Those two players right there, everybody knows it. You know, Tycon splashed onto the scene. Himas has been having a great year so far for Cerberus. A lot of really good players. EXO looking pretty solid here so far. I mean,
у них хэппи. У них какой-то простой спот. Они двенашки лутают, у них хэппи. И типа нормально себя чувствуют. Ну, типа не супер спот, но хватает и чувствуют себя неплохо. Немцы тоже что-то там не особо такой сильно лутают. Тоже нормально себя чувствуют. Ну вот, батут. Тебя уже ждут. Не да, чекает. Ну, у него нет шансов на... Да, да. В один спрей просто нокнул, добил практически.
And so many players are running straight into them. And honestly, again, we talked about 3 points early on in the tournament. Limited consistent. Yes, Penta did shoot back early.
Неаккуратно, Александр.
The first couple of points going the way of Cerberus.
And look, those points are so huge because it's 12 games. You know,
да блин, ну такой не читается. Он подъехал, а там уже человек был. Поэтому... Ну это просто не прочесть было. Но информацию собирать это очень важно. И даже когда вот он умер, они понимают, где что сразу занято тоже. Это типа, ну, одного терять, ну, на early гейме это нормально. Вообще желательно, то есть, держать в голове, что на ротации ты теряешь одного. Это нормально. Ну, типа, всегда так говорили. На расчеке что-то, на какой-то информации потерять одного, это нормально. Вот двоих это уже ненормально, это уже плохая ротация получается. Ну, эти тоже какие-то васьки, вот эти purple. Гейминг эти. Они как эти, блядь, Sun Sisters, такие же Sisters. Purple Sisters. Ну, вправо, сидят с кайфом. Блять, за что происходят драки? Просто объясните мне. За рыжее дерево, за край круга, блядь. Первого, блядь, за край круга. Ну, прокнул сюда круг. Все равно это, ну, второй круг. Ты все равно на краю. За что драться-то, блядь? Мне очень не нравится, как играет Джинджи. Абсолютно. Прям отвратительно. Ну. Приветики. Нави бедняжки в ноль отлетели. Нави зато лупасили 3 игры подряд. Будь здоров. Но все же... Я за Джинджи очень расстроен. Не знаю. Мне больно смотреть такое в их исполнении. Перо находится на 10-й строчке, а играет намного бодрее, чем Джинджи, который находится на 12-й строчке. То есть разница колоссальная прям. Как бы... Не знаю. Purple. Гибли тоже вроде по идее должны хорошо играть. Уже не играют. Батут и компания тоже что-то не могут найти свою игру. Почти хорошая хая. Прямо 0,3 секунды бы еще дал бы это ей. Ой-ой-ой, как он ему... Ой, ой, ой. Бля, вот это то, про что я и говорю. Просто... А спасти, мило спасти. А нельзя, да. Оба ваншотные. Ну, короче, Перо красавцы. Мне нравится, как Перо играет. Перо борется за каждый поинт. Ну, то есть, чтобы отдать, они забирают. Постоянно. Нормально. Нормально. Все видят этот файт Luminosity и Церберусы и подсасываются. Посмотреть, а нет ли тут фрага какого-нибудь халявного.
If they push us, we will be aware. They simply said our gunplay will be better than theirs, and well, it was. Yeah, Imahawk is going to take out Thunders from Purple Mood, so hell of a
И
performance.
Проктор Гембл.
Can we just time out for a second and look at the fact that we're
Просто
13.5 minutes in, and we've lost 26 players.
This has been a spicy game.
Церберус хорошо сидят. Пора мы пропустил, где находились. Они находились около общак. Последнее, что я помню.
It's a spicy day, as you expect on day one of the internationals. They're either like super quiet or like super aggressive. It seems like there's no in between. Oh man, Sonic's up on top of Potato, using it.
Пентаграммы по итогу вдвоем выжили. Ну им терять-то нечего было особо. Песты интересно, как далеко заедут. Ой, я поймали. Не повезло.
New Happy, extremely spread out on the southern end of the circle, is going to lose a player.
And that's the danger of playing that kind of pearls in a string, really wide split, right? But I love the play that they're setting up here. They know that Na'Vi fell out. They know that Pentagram up to go north. They know that Sun Sister was up there with them. They said, you know what?
ФРМ просто от края будут играть, они не торопятся. Сейчас 4-я фаза. Они просто сейчас будут жирными, это раз. У них будет весь сутил, вся фуловая амуниция, они себя будут прекрасно чувствовать. А вот люди уже теряют вон каски, арморы, в основном каски. Им будет сложнее играть, в разы.
Trying to do something here against Twisted Minds.
Ron actually didn't reload.
We see that a couple times there.
Не знаю, как сейчас. New Happy убьют они крипочку перед собой форманут или нет. Там всего лишь 2 крипа. Ну не знаю, не верю я в них просто. Ну от слов совсем.
LG over on the other side, I think they're well aware they have opponents nearby, and LG well aware that a team has pulled up close too.
Твисты тоже, ну всегда зажат, прям вот твисты играют как соники. Вечно зажатые, то есть не показывают уровень никакого вообще. Тимос. На. Раз, два, три. Идеальная.
Placed by Hymas.
Absolutely phenomenal to watch. Nothing Twisted Minds could do to stay awake, and I love that, or to stay alive.
А где перо?
I love that Cerberus plays so aggressive because they have to.
Перо кончились? Я их не вижу. А, перо вайпнули, Annihilation. Да. Забрали кимпаунд центральный. Очень вкусно. Вот эхо, в принципе, неплохо стоят. Но Канга они здесь потеряли. Немцы с фураемами сейчас зарубятся, походу. Потому что фураем играет от края. Они не будут давать им развиться просто. Сложно будет. Ну что-то фураем как-то кучкой одной. Ну ладно, у фураемов хотя бы кавер стоит. Кавер это хорошо. New Happy крипочков кушают там. Чистый завтрак. По-японски. Консистенс это японцы, по-моему. Хорошо. Хорошо. Надо Килякая доиграть. А, там Брайк сказал лютейшего угла, чтобы им было неудобно. Килякай выходит. Они забыли про него? Ой-ой-ой, он сейчас даст ног. Простите, пожалуйста. Беру свои слова обратно. Немцы погибают. Да ну. Чё Крейзи? Чё Крейзи помешал ему убить его в бочину? 2 нока просто фураем. Они были 4 в 2, и они убивают одного еще. И просто у них получается ситуация 4 в 1, и они теряют как минимум еще 2 тиммейтов. Гарантом теряли. Пентаграммы тут видят. New Happy. Он просто хер забил. Он побоялся, что Церберусы сейчас их тоже сожрут. Там Церберусы вышли.
still in firm control of this one in my book.
Yeah, definitely. And
Бедные фореймы.
coming their way. No, they've been running around, forcing teams away from that position themselves. Credit to LG as well, though. We saw the fight between Pentagram and New Happy down towards the south. Not much came off of it. For LG, but Snakers and Flood were both in their vehicles, sending it up the hillside, wanting to kind of doing the same thing as Cerberus in trying to just third
Не хэппи вдвоем, фореймов, 1 Cerberus, 4 Экса, 3 Перо 2. Идет тому, что Sonic сейчас еще одну катку заберут.
Losing a lot of players to any of these positions either. It's really well balanced, you know, not overly aggressive, but somewhat aggressive PUBG, and that's the way you got to play.
Flex out when you have one team that
Посмотрим, сейчас не хэппи Сониками бодаться начнут. Инста спотнул. Ой-ой-ой, хорошо, Тиглтон, хорошо. Ну да, они шли уже забирать свои поинты в лейтгейме и выковыривать зону. Это надо было уже делать. Cerberuсы себе тоже кусок отвоевывают и пытаются выкурить еще одних. На платошку приехали Эхо. Эхо будут страдать, потому что их видно с леса пока что. Как только лес выдавит, так Эхо себя будут получше чувствовать немножечко. Тут Соники подъезжают. Перо, ас. Нормально скушал хайсаки. Ну, давай грозу еще. АВМ есть? Еще грозу можно взять. Ай-яй-яй-яй, кусает, кусает, кусает. МК не имба, вот она и кусается.
For either the teams to push, knowing that they have so many opponents in the nearby vicinity.
Yeah, it could be a really deep run again for XO. Well, Snakers trying to do some damage into the Sonics, but the Sonics trying to respond in kind.
Какая плотность.
Gonna get knocked, so he's gonna throw the res in and just reset here. As I think everybody's just gonna wait for the circle about it. We're phase 5 and 17 players alive, so we got a little bit of space and time to work with.
We did lose almost half the server in the first 15 minutes, so we'll chill for a bit. But having said that, this circle does not cater to more players.
Кому же прав? Давай наверх, чтобы поинтереснее был, чтобы Соника шанс был. Хорошо. Прекрасно. Сейчас ЦС будут Сониками рубиться, и LG пойдут в спину Соником. Теоретически могут. А еще LG могут зачекать кемп и крашенться к пирожкам. МК Ашвином нокнул. Доел. Надо отходить от дерева. Сразу же ловит. Ну, не знаю. Доедать не знаю, правильно ли было. Нокнул, пока не среагировали, сразу смог, а потом... Хотя, не знаю. Эхо, услышали файт, пошли в третьем пати. И сейчас LG пойдут, как я и говорил ранее. LG идут. Аккуратно расчекивая идут. Какие-то еще нокают. Айкона. Вайп Cerberusов. LG идут, наступает LG. Соником бы как-нибудь скипнуть бы это, а им некуда. Акита нокнул моему, размен, Шримзи.
Petricorn 4am, because they don't have to do anything right now.
They just get to chill while everybody fights for this compound on the edge. LG now starting to smell.
Камовский один живет, выживает.
Trying to see if they can feed on the chum of the other teams. Kickstart here, gonna let loose with a grenade.
Интересная хаешка, но не точная.
Any damage to XO, who's just firmly planted in the building right now, setting up for
Теперь Эхо за свой выход сейчас поплатится. Потому что надо было одного оставлять на плато, чтобы он контролировал этот подход. Они не оставили. То есть двое должно пойти бы на фарм, а один должен смотреть был спину. По итогу Соники их просто обогнали и сейчас их закрывают вместе с ЛЖшками. И потом они чуть, ну, в разные стороны просто пойдут и все. Разойдутся как море кораблей. Ремзи уже сфотографировал тут человека. СВМ кому-то даст. Всяо Хайкс. А LG забирает это плато, с которого ушли эти Эхо. Вот если Соники сейчас словят ног, LG просто пробегут и сожрут их. Первого выбегут из кемпа, сожрут Сольника и будут сражаться, кто осталось. Если Соники поймают ног. Но LG уже пирожек закрыли. Так. Ем-то нокнули. Остался Соло Рейн. Ну все, надо одному загребать позицию. Понятно, что здесь оставить. Ты можешь не двигаться, тебя знают, друг. Я тебя разочарую. У ЛЖшек будет лучше позиция в разы. Налево Шримзи, посмотри, блядь, ты что творишь-то? Профессионал, блядь. Блять, вот этот Сольник, он просто сейчас мозги проебет их, нокнув в спину того же Шримзи. Вот, по нему уже начинает наваливать. И они еще в говне окажутся. Оставьте вы этого Сольника в покое. Одного оставьте и занимайте зону. Нет, надо, блять, втроем смотреть сюда. Целый поинт, блять. Этот поинт может стоить игры просто. As we now find a way into the top 3. Xiaohai looked dangerous for 4am when they tried to make their way out and didn't deal with Killyakai when they had to, but with everything... Ну, если вот этот Xiao Hikes кого-нибудь с АВМ нокнет, а он может это сделать, то... Желательно, чтобы он LG-шек нокнул. Так будет поинтереснее. Блять, он Соников нокает. Он еще в другого попадает. А все, LG понимает, что ног дали. Им надо играть. Они уже все посчитали, они идут играть. Нельзя стрелять, блядь. Не знаю, я считаю, это не профессионализм. Ну, типа, под этот ног словый стак 99,9 выходит. Нет никакого шанса, что они не выйдут. Плохая игра от Соников и заслуженная победа от LG. Заслуженная победа. All the way from start to finish. They're maneuvering on the east side. Their backfill on multiple fights. Their ability to proactively go out and make plays, make space for themselves. And then the bait on the compound from Sonics. They give it to them. Наверх жалко. Свистов. Не сегодня, как говорится, жалко. Типа они заслуженно хуёво играют. Хотя они один контест у пирожек вывезли. Молодцы. Вот Нави вот этим контестом себе, ну, преимущества не наросли. Они, ну, могли очень сильно нарастить его, просто участвуя в этой игре. хайлайтики этой игры показывают. Как от культурненько, красиво, по пуленьке. Ну, вот это не считалось, это ладно. Это он сюда за информацией, за сбором приехал, собирал. Там уже человек просто сидел, ждал его. Это не считалось. Вот это было очень сильно. Поймать флешку в лицо, потом от бедра просто... Ой. Молодец. Чуй какого. Пора ему тоже здесь, ну, прямо это... Жидко обделались. И вместо топ-2 они могли бы накиллять и наубивать. Но нет. Это жестко было. Ну, Тиглтон должен был понимать, что сейчас над ним вот-вот выйдут. Он почему быстро перевелся? Не потому, что у него реакция мангуста, а потому, что он уже это понимал. Вот он не должен был стрелять ниже. Ладно, пока чилим на рекламную музыкальную уходим.
PGS1 for games 3 and 4. I'm lumping them in together, but it was Luminosity. Let's just focus on game 4 here, Martin. What a great win for them, considering the position.
Yeah, honestly, that was fantastic. I love to see how they're able to play it, of course. Rough game to kind of go out throughout the game in general, but there's a lot of different regions that's winning right now, James. We're 4 games deep.
Yes. 2/3
of the way through the day here, and some teams were missing up in the top, and it's getting more and more top heavy. We have like 5 teams that are very far ahead of the rest of the pack.
Looking really, really strong here to start things off the 4th day at number 1 of PGS. Of course, there are plenty more, so many more games to go actually now that I think about it. But let's talk about Luminosity and how they were able to play this out, because of course, them coming in from that southeast side here, really a little bit uncontested in terms of that position, but I think great patience when you're pushing up against EXO's position, knowing that Sonics is on the other side of that as well. Just play that steady, play that safe, and you've still got a really good spot to be able to play from as time goes on.
Yeah, especially also when the compound came out of the circle, they were like, okay, we have to play the side here. We try to hurt the other teams to kind of fight each other. The guys from Sonics obviously heard and saw that they're disengaging a little bit, which is smart. Maybe they wanted a few more points, but you can hear the IGL saying, you know, disengage from this one here and we're winning the game, and they're able to do so very well.
Here's how it breaks down. LG here up towards the top.
10 more would have been perfect.
Oh, that would have been very nice. A real old school throwback. But once again, Shanghai 4 AM, more points on the board. That AWM for you, right? For me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean
big clutch. And also, he managed to get one of the Sonics guys.
Yes.
This should have been a Sonic 2nd place, James.
Yeah, it should have been.
But Shanghai said no with 2 on bullets. 1 to the chest and one for a knock there. That's super unfortunate, of course, for Sonics. But yeah, managed to get some points on the board here again. The consistency is really, really high.
Let's take a look back at this game and start things off with some of the hot drop situations that were going on. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, they lost out this time to Pentagram. Oof. But I do want to actually say, EXO, so far, even though we've seen so much sponging up towards the top, I will say they are one of my surprises so far of the first 4 games. They're looking great. They're consistently getting up towards some of those top positions and taking fights against the best of them. They're really putting the pressure on Gen G, for example.
Yeah, and we're sitting just behind them, so we can hear the cheering every time.
I love it.
And I love it. I gotta say, especially on Miramar as well, when Gen G didn't come until the pause, like, Gen G, where are you?
Yes.
Fantastic. I love that kind of banner, and it's classic Aussies.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really good atmosphere in the arena at the moment. as we take a look back. And again, for Tickleton, unfortunately, getting caught out by Snakers there. The Orm being able to, sorry, not the Orm, the Org being able to deal with him very quickly. And then the Orm on the opposite side from Xiaohai, eventually he's eliminated off. But the fact that 4AM's able to make a salvage mission of this, whilst we focus on Luminosity, is very good.
Yeah, and I love to see this because finally one of my players is fragging out Snackers, of course, doing good things here. Not as much damage as we've seen from before, but again, he's averaged more than 400 damage in PGS1, and still, if you continue to do this here, and what we see from him, it's fantastic. Usually we see Kick really pop off, but here he's going to be in front.
I mean, it's a steady game, right?
Oh, for sure.
You don't have to be going absolutely Larry, considering the place that they were playing from and the terrain that they're walking towards. But let's take a look at the man of the match for this one as well, and it will be Snakers. Good job, Avenger. Good job, and Snakers, of course.
We're a little bit low in terms of damage taken, but that's actually impressive.
You want that to be low.
You want it to be as low as possible. You're not going to have your best broken, you're going to miss your helmet, so it's actually really good to see it here. Of course, as we talked about, 500, 600 damage is where we haven't seen a 1k clubber yet. We really haven't seen anyone pop off like completely, so that's going to really skewer the average for the man in a match later.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, considering the skill of the lobby right now, I'm not too surprised that we haven't seen those huge pop-off moments just yet. They will become a lower commodity and a hot commodity as time goes on. But overall, now we're still top when it comes to the overall kills coming in. But you're seeing the usual suspects at the moment here, considering the amount that's being put on the board.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's insane that we're seeing right now, after 4 games played, it's 1 kill less from second to third. It's first to second to third. That is crazy to me that we're this close.
And of course, we do have 18 points going the way of Luminosity for this game. Actually, not exactly the most top-heavy game. Quite well distributed throughout as people are trying to get to what is a bit of a rougher position to try and play in terms of last circles.
4 teams on double digits, but also very nice to see Cerberus up here. We've obviously we remember Tygon from PGC last year, being able to do extremely well. A young prodigy. We've heard, of course, a lot of times we also heard Paperthin say it in a little bit intro with Annie. The prodigy from last year probably was Tygon there. You're coming in your first year, full year in professional esports, and he's coming in here to prove it again, of course.
I will say as well, just to wrap up on Cerberus, I feel like Himas is also putting in a lot of work for them here so far. But anyway, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. As you mentioned, the top couple of spots soaking up so many points. 4AM. I didn't think they were going to be able to salvage too many points from this game, considering those final moments, but Xiaohai, as you mentioned, great stuff from him.
Second place, being able to get some kills on the board, and it's just survived. Like, those 6 placement points that you're able to salvage from being
Что там? ПРМ 52?
so important for them. Again, 52 points.
52 поинта.
65-ish, so they're getting close. If they're able to hit like the 60s plus, that is super impressive.
Very nice indeed. So that wraps up.
Соники, кстати, догнали 43 поинта. ПРМ. Это из закидона этого. Нави. Зря не закинули. Они могли не закидывать. У нас сегодня последний Мирамар, и потом последний Рангель вроде как должен быть.
The big surprise is still the amount of hot drops that we see. There's so much space in the map,
Посмотрим.
and also that is a big factor, right? Because usually when we have the start of a global tournament, we see a lot of teams play edge. We see a lot of teams be kind of spread out. But now, because so many teams are dead in the early stages, we're down to like 55 players. Means there's a little bit more space everywhere. So that's going to have an impact if it continues for the rest of the day too.
And also, if those hot drops keep going on, we're going to see other teams around them try and capitalize quicker on the engagements that are actually going on. So you're going to either want to conclude them fast or stop doing them entirely.
And that's what we saw from LG, and that's why they succeeded and have succeeded so far this year so much.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world so far. That's 4 games down for today. We've got 2 more on the way. We're going to a break. When we return, more from PGS1.
Блять, кого я взял? Какую Аллу? Какой Скрис, блять? Фул поминки просто, блядь. Просто 5 поинтов. Кубок сегодня выстрелил неплохо. Сяо Хайкс, Туи, Янь, Икслу, Акита, Снейкерс, Хайсаки, КСМ. Короче, непривычные на самом деле люди. Грозные никнеймы, что-то сегодня не особо стреляют. Хотя, ну, Убах, Пьянь, Цуи. Это слишком идеально было. Там 5 минут расчила. Ну, ждем тогда. Чё? Пока ждем.
welcome back everyone to PGS1. We're almost done with day number 1, but we still got 2 more games left to go. I'm so joined by Cameron. Welcome back. Cam, how was the 2 games? You got to sit back and watch. You enjoyed the action?
It was great. It was fantastic. We had North America on top, as expected. Listen. If I were a petty man, I would say North America is the greatest. I would brag about how we have 2 wins under our belt now, spread across multiple teams. It shows depth of our region. I'm not saying that, though, because I'm not a petty man. But I would also say, if I were a petty man, that EMEA has yet to really show up in a big way. Yeah, sure, we've seen Navi have a couple of good performances, but they can't find the win. But again, not saying that. Not saying that. It's just, what if we were to say that?
Yes, fair enough.
It's all a hypothetical.
Fair enough. I respect you're not saying that. What I will say, though, is 4 a.m., even in games where things go against them, well, Shanghai able to rag up points. I had a very
Ну что тут у нас? Что это, Димончик? В смысле? Ты о чем, Некс?
Serious talk here. These 4 games have really shown a lot of individual players, a lot of teams show strong performances, whether they're able to make it to the late game consistently or not. It's a nice depth here on the 16 teams that we have in this lobby. A couple of surprise performances as well.
Видосики? Реклама, наверное, какая?
With Luminosity's win, maybe we can start to consider that into like a top 5 of point sponges. And it's only been, 4 games at this point. Things can still fluctuate a little bit. But it's what's happened so far.
We are just seconds away from heading on into game number 5 of the day. Here we go. Miramar is where we're going for the last time of the day. Are we expecting to see Power Grid galore once more? The path of Power Grid?
Yeah, I feel like we are. Of course. If Navi and Penta still want to fight over farm on Erangel, then of course they're going to fight over power.
You're not wrong. I am hoping, though, that we will see it come to an end sooner.
Матч 5, последний Мирамар на сегодня. Последний Мирамар на сегодня. Но будет еще последний рангер. Как заставить себя играть, если уже неделю еле-еле по 5-6 каток играю? Ну, по много точно тебе не стоит играть. Возможно, даже лучше передохнуть от PUBG. Ну да, такое было. И не раз. Играешь или меньше, и еще во что-то параллельно. Либо вовсе PUBG не играешь какое-то время, чтобы желание возгорелось играть в него. Ну, типа, интерес должен быть постоянно. То есть, если он тебя ничем не подпитывается, одно разочарование, то нужно что-то как-то пересматривать, переосмысливать. Twisted Minds решили все-таки упасть сюда третьими. Первого... Не знаю, три пати, короче, здесь. Батут пошел, исправление ошибок. Так что да, временно. Я так постоянно с КСом из Доты вел себя. Я играл примерно полгода Доты, полгода КС у меня было. Причем у меня Дота была примерно с апреля-мая по сентябрь-октябрь. А там у меня был там у меня с октября где-то, сентябрь-октябрь у меня начинался КС период. И по апрель-май. И так я играл, в течение где-то 5-6 лет. Я по полгода менял игры. Перегораешь и как бы, по новой как-то все хочется. Так что я долго играл в таком темпе. До PUBG. PUBG пришел, я на КС практически вообще забил. А Доту, там месяца по 2 максимум я мог поиграть. То есть у меня уже ни на КС, ни на Доту нет такого желания. Иногда хочется, конечно, чуть-чуть, поэтому ну, я в Valorant поигрываю, поэтому мне попроще. Типа, на КС у меня уже это... Не знаю, только с друзьями-подпивасниками можно поиграть в КС. И то чисто такое поржать больше. Что у нас тут? У пирожек съели одного с концами. И все. Пентаграммы взяли край. А, пирожки съебались, да, по-моему? Да. Лу там все прочекал. Стоят просто... Любая компетитив команда сидит и ждет, когда их будут пушить. Все. Ну такой, да, пиздец. Я хотел в этом сезоне попотеть на мастере, а в итоге калибранул на золото и не играл больше. Пас купил и миссии выполняю только. Ну, я калибровался в этом сезоне на золото 5. Я уже мастер. Ну, типа, это какого? Это все фигня, на самом деле. Это просто самоутверждение для меня лично. Я хочу красивые цифры. Ну, не в этом дело. Дело в том, что я просто хочу в этом сезоне красивые циферки. Я их делаю, стараюсь на них. В следующем сезоне я могу не захотеть, и я буду играть как, ну, как мне, ну, думается. Но у меня что-то в последнее время, я вообще так, ну, я просто люблю побеждать. Если я не выигрываю, я немножко это... нездраво себя чувствую. Поэтому я люблю выигрывать. Да я не знаю, в принципе, зачем играть в игру, если ты даже не хочешь выигрывать. Как бы нелогично. Но иногда нет такого прям особого желания выигрывать. Иногда хочется просто, ну, поубивать людей, а там будет что будет. Все. Иногда такое присутствует просто. Он больше, типа, кто от чего удовольствие получает. Кто-то получает, да, кому-то нужны просто киллы. Кому-то стрим снайп, все верно. Ну, кому-то нравится. А у Навита начинаются проблемы, убах-то в ноке. Ну и чё? Ну пришли вы, бля, посмотрели друг на друга, бля. Чё за контесты? Я не могу прям. Да, я согласен с тобой. Типа... Блять, вот это тоже мне напоминает контест, который сейчас происходит в ПГ, пентаграммы с твистами. Типа, все пришли и встали друг около друга. Давайте, говорит, пацаны, бегите на меня. Я вас жду. Так все делают, блядь. Зачем? Не знаю, я просто не знаю. Я понимаю, что все хотят играть от дефа. Играть от дефа проще. Ну, чисто физически. Тем более на тир-1 уровне, на высочайшем уровне, который прямо сейчас происходит у нас, ну, по идее. Человек, на которого бегут, он 95% должен убить человека. То есть, и все вот лежат, ждут, нюхают, блядь, землю, жопу друг другу. То есть, ну, все сидят, ждут. Это нормально, это паб. Такой, ну, такой паб. Чё поделать? Батл рояль такой. Вот. Тут с этого бесится, блядь. Вот он сидит, он крысит меня. Да, блядь, ты посмотри вот на эти компетитив игры. Ну, тут всех крысят. Типа, ну, просто вопрос в том, что кто где знает, как рельеф, ландшафт, это ДТП. Вот. Люди, видишь, они решили широко выкрутить, а их и тут ждут. Вот, по итогу Хикари все равно дождался своего момента, чтобы убить того, кто на него выходит. И он его ебанул, даже несмотря на то, что на него 3 выходило. Ждут не значит крысит. Тактически ожидают, можно это так называть. Крысит это, ну, по-простому, так, по-человечески, по-простому просто называется. Крысит. Ну, тебе проще сказать, что чё ты ждешь меня? Не, зачем? Ты скажешь, что ты крысишь-то, блядь? Всё, блядь, то есть тут смысл тоже. А по итогу Twisted Minds в говне. Они сейчас в бутерброде могут оказаться. Ну, типа, это хот-дроп, который они 10, ладно, прямо сейчас 9 минут. За 9 минут они убили и добили одного, сука, ладно, двоих. Ну, по одному с команды человека. 10 минут. Одно дело, когда, допустим, ты соло-игрок, услышал чувака и сел в позицию и ждешь. Это же не крыса, это разумно. Разве нет? Ну, да, по идее это да, но Пел может не знать, что ты до этого здесь не сидел, и он тебе говорит, ты крыса, понимаешь? А иногда ты просто слышишь чела, ты не топаешь, чтобы он у тебя не услышал, и типа ты его услышал раньше, и ты, грубо говоря, немножечко впереди за счет того, что ты его раньше услышал. Ты перестаешь топать. Тактически все, тактически. Тоники хорошо у нас сидят. Люминосити тоже неплохо. Американцы нормально подняли свой уровень, на самом деле. Тоники на 2-м. Люминосити на 5-м. Китайцы на 1-м. Китайцы на 4-м. СНГ на 3-м. СНГ в жопе на 12-м. Бедные твисты. Ну, с этими хот-дропами. Как они контестятся, это лучше не контеститься. Ну, типа, они будут так же... Вот твисты сидят до усеру. Он от зоны... Блять, как он умер? В него попали? Что-то я проебал момент. Ну, не суть. Суть в том, что команда не играет. Ни одна, ни другая за счет вот этого контеста. Поэтому эти контесты, ну, не актуальны. Ты можешь быть не самой сильной командой, но без контеста ты можешь больше. Блять, смотришь на Sun Sister и на этих, блять, пурпулов и понимаешь, что я сейчас не то говорю. Блять, они без контеста и нихуя не могут, блядь. Ну там сложно, там реально тир-1 мира, блядь, все дела, блядь, то есть, ну, там самый высочайший уровень. Любой поинт сделать сложно, на самом деле, это, ну, со стороны нам так кажется, что, да, бля, да я бы развалил бы, а на самом деле это не так, ну, то есть, ну, на самом деле там сложно достаточно все примерно. Не. Я все перекрыл нахуй этим браузером. Все перекрыто. Оставь баллы-канал, он же коин. Что ты тратишь, ты казаешь?
At the very least, Tosi now knows that he cannot play on that front location on the double here. Now holding the angle.
Блять. Они 10 минут здесь. Они потеряли Убуха и 10 минут... Нет, не 10, вру. 5 минут они тут сидят, просто вот так вот переглядываются друг на друга. Это бред. Но очень хотят. Опа, хорошо, Али поймал Тоси. Ой-ой-ой, ой, больно. Издалека накидывают. Ну, он канистру разливает, нормально. Джинджи как хорошо стоят. Пиво сидит на скале и все это. Ну, им не повезло. Четвертый погоди, это третий прок был. Бля, вот это обидно. Обидно, что от них прям ушел. Четвертый от воды-то у нас уходит.
Purple Moment, they've been chilling here. They have a couple of positions. They do have Petrichor Road to their west, so they need to worry about trying to take too many fights, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Moon should, if not be in, then be on the very northwestern edge of the next circle. You can only imagine that it's going to shift down towards both Sonics and Cerberus. So they'll be all right. And for EXO, loving the fact that they're scouting on the go, going past that composting. We know it's good, but you know what? Let's not settle. Let's see if we can get something even further, Sender. And because they're there to...
Экземпл понял, что их файт никто не смотрит, и можно понаглеть. Вот это вот прекрасное понимание игры, когда ты понимаешь, когда тебе можно двигаться, когда нельзя. Дорогого стоит на самом деле. Когда тебе можно широко выйти, когда нельзя. Вот он просто понимает, где Heaven находится, и занимает позицию такую, чтобы его невозможно было отдалить. Сейчас, наверное, переиграют. Пирожки там, он что-то. Первого под ребро. Перфектикс там с зоной не справился. Ну, я говорю, это бред полный. Это эти контесты, это пол бред. Ой, ТГ нашел экземпла. Обидно. И доел. И БР. Быстро, качественно.
Utilizing other teams against each other. All right for now for Sonics. It's important, of course, still try and maintain full control here. Floki does find the double. Ixlift one in return, but damage done to Petrichor as to try and come down the hillside. Thanerat now, along with Bobo's able to make an aggressive play forward, but can they get Floki back up on his feet? I'm not sure that's going to be possible, especially not with the shots coming in from Cerberus towards the south. Yeah, that's a big threat, but they need to take care of Ixlift first before anything is considered. Pentagram
Все, пентаграммы просто сдохли с одним поинтом. Вот вам и контест. Вот Twisted Minds, 2 живых. И вот это вот то, что показывает, что они вот, ну, такого цвета, это значит, они за синькой. Сейчас четвертая фаза, ну, начнется и будет больно рвать. И их, по-моему, увидели, да. У них просто физически нет времени чекать, расчекивать. Сейчас они, скорее всего, умрут. Ну, пирожки вдвоем, Соники хорошо, Люминосисе есть ландшафт. У них Хэппи тоже все хорошо. Немцам надо двигаться. Немцы, наверное, будут атаковать этот кемп, потому что это самое удобное, что им только может быть. Тессы здесь просто сидят, кайфуют. Трамплины, эхо забирают. Нави тоже остались вдвоем. Гибли тоже вдвоем. Где, кстати, Гибли? Мне интересно, где Гибли. Батут. Нокнул, его разменяли. Батл-то Фокси спиздил.
For Genji right now, Pio and Taman are miles away in the blue, and now up towards the southeast. That doesn't really make sense, but down towards the southeast, trying to make their way on in. New Happy, well aware of the push from the.
Тяжело сейчас немцам будет. Ой, тяжело.
Utility played by both sides, and shots against Cerberus. They have so much influence on this zone right now. It's closing on their position, open ground. They are.
Джинджи крашут первого. Минус Джинджи. Первый, второй. Твисты умирают 15-й, то есть 16-й пентаграмма, 15-й твисты. Поконтестились ребята. А немцы не решились. Хорошо, не хэппи. Сейчас немцы кого-то потеряют на ротации. Плохо едут. 2-2. Надо четвером. Ну это ВЛГ. Это сток сена. И спрятали машину. Аля нокнул Хевена. Ой, в голову попали. Блять, надо... Ай. Играть бы как. Просто свинчика. Мелмана нокнули, и его накрывает синькой. Да ядрит Мадрид. Все, сейчас Али его с ним будет сражаться, и там победитель все равно не выживает. А, Винчестер, помповичок. Алын. Они 10 минут, 12 минут они с ними сражались. И все-таки победили, гибли. Пирожки тут разобрались с пурпами. Кстати, Luminosity могут спокойно, спасибо за фоллоу, Luminosity могут спокойно отработать этих сестриц. Пио единственный живой.
I mean, a solo player for Gen G can't expect too much out of it. However, info onto Petrichor Road could take them out and get a couple imports for themselves. New Happy right now on a rotation. All four.
Римзи Химаса нокнул. Но это на инсах, это бесполезный нок. New Happy. Что-то хотят, что-то мутят. Пером на одной машине. Наверное, самое актуальное это X Left. Что творит этот больной ублюдок? Не туда едут. Не хэппи сейчас тоже умирают. Хотя. Нет, у них есть территория, кусочек. Running each their direction as soon as they got out of that vehicle too, because they knew exactly what was going to happen. They knew what was coming in, and now New Happy. This is going to be a hard attempt. Ну эти крипочки, ну, их надо кушать на самом деле. Ой-ой-ой, ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Не вставай. Бля, вот это, как называется, заполз туда. 17 бинтов у него, нет ни одной аптеки. Бля, мне кажется, он сейчас им жопу порвет без шансов. Порвет, не порвет им жопу. Мне кажется, одного с Винчестера хрустит, а другого с помповичка. Ну, может, двоих просто дробовика. Может, граната есть. Сейчас он поймет, где они конкретнее лежат, и отработает их. Интересные действия СТК будущее. Смоки как будто на разгон берут. New Happy могли бы сейчас подраться, на самом деле, типа Сейчас у них есть зона, потом ее не будет. Потом за зоной драться неудобно. Ой, да, СТК поехали. СТК едут. СТК потеряли Вегаса. Его нокнули, добили. СТК приехали. Хороший заезд от СТК, вот что я скажу. Да, им сейчас сложно. А вот и сестрицы посыпались, как я и говорил. Зона 2-0, они сразу побежали их убивать. Блядь, а чё раньше-то они, блядь, не бежали? Могли бы уже, ну, привести себя в порядок. Нет, они хотят здесь. Снейкер снокает Минга. Шримзи, двоих, сюда, бля. Шримзи, дабл. Америкосы рвут. Пытается с двух сторон. Недолет. Одного разреза, все неплохо. Прайм решили тут эхо попиздить. Иглтон нокнул, добил Аймхака. Двое фораемов в ноке. Первого покидают. Он их все-таки убил. Жалко не показали с чего. Трансисторс у нас все. Фораемы. Могут ли фораемы? Что это за флешка была? Бред. Бредовая. В никуда просто. Зона накрывает. Не успел. Вторая зона больно бьет. Ну и долго они что-то тут вала начали месить. Эти двоих нокнул. Их душат другие. Почему Цесов не напрягает Соники? Потому что у Соников... Почему Соники не смотрят в их сторону даже? Я тогда не понимаю. Миг пришел прямо в рот. Аптеку втыкает? Аптеку втыкает. В голову моликом, без шансов. Град LG, отбились. Вот это замес лютый был. Здорово. Смотря на каком ранге. После катки покажет, он каких картах выиграл. Люминосити на последнем, по-моему, рангеле выиграли. Крейзи. Крейзи способный. Ну, блять, только похвалил тебя, бро. Ой, как не повезло. Своего просто моликом приговорил. LG сейчас выкатываются. Я думаю, они поедут на пенту. А Соники тоже поехали? Чего нельзя писать? В смысле бустишь пацанов? Да можно про буст писать? Что в этом такого? Ничего в этом такого нет. Буст есть буст.
Cerberus currently just two alive, having to make that play on forward as well. Mine with the VSS goes to show how little loot time these teams have had in this game. They rotated.
Не. Это не запретное дело. Это может приравняться к тому, что я просто помогаю кому-то за что-то, и все. А вот Соники сейчас будут страдать. Сейчас Соники будут страдать. Сейчас Кимус им все испортит прям. Соники прямо из какашки выкатились. Это мне нравится. Хотелось бы, чтобы Соники сейчас взяли это верх над Luminosity. Предыдущие рангели они отдали, а сейчас их было меньше. Их было 3, Luminosity было 4. А сейчас хотелось бы, чтобы Соники взяли. Мне Соники немножко больше симпатизируют, хотя LG, бывший EU, они хорошо играли. И играют. Это правда. Ашвин, 0 хп, хилится. Кому же помешает Кимос? Мне кажется, LG-шкам помешает, потому что он делает шаг влево, вверх, и он все видит. Он видит всех LG-шек. А Соников только Ашвин он может увидеть. Чтобы вообще никуда не выходить. Да, и он стреляет по нему. И теперь Соники понимают, но помочь ему не могут. Вообще никак. Нет такой опции. Но у Ашвина болтовка, он может его просто сфотографировать.
They know that it's not going to end up on that high ground, so having too low, too high is going to give them a nice little spread of access to the center and high ground pressure over to Luminosity.
I just love that Sonics ain't overcommitting to any angles here. I mean, they're not allowing for LG. If they get one peak, if they get attack in, Sonics don't re-peak it.
Не знаю. Ну, Соники должны это выигрывать.
Insta pulling up on us. I like Kickstar's off-angle position. Don't think he's been seen here just yet, but with the vehicles all coming towards his position now, that is going to be shown.
Here's the vehicle come on in, wasn't able to peek it, but it sends it right over his
Ой, ой, как он им насрал. То есть у них еще были шансы на расстрел. Все, сейчас ну, Соникам надо сейчас сразу действовать, пока дэмэдж получили. Маем с ВСС просто держи в курсе. Размен. Размена не будет. Релла просто закопает сейчас Майма. Майм просто выжил. Соники посыпались. Опять. Просто флешки раскидывают Релла. Дезориентирует противника. Ну все, без шансов. Luminosity больше Соников. 2 подряд выиграли, кстати, Luminosity. Пришли в игру. Элеграцио, сеньоро. Ладно, хоть америкосы заиграли, что одни, что другие, но Соники послабже. Это выглядит. Сейчас все решения были, ну, 4-4, все ровно. Все счастливы и довольны.
Yeah, really good play by a bunch of these different teams. Really good play by Cerberus that entire game as well. Not taking their spot lightly, understanding that they are in a position to apply so much pressure across the board, across the map. And while
Бля, ну прикольно посмотреть за челами, которые радуют себя.
You have to expect that they would lose a lot of players in that fight because of how open everything
Даже Блад вот был.
But listen, guys, we got one game left.
Хайлайт показали, как добили с дробовика. Я охуею. Хорошо Крейзи попал тут. Блин, жалко не показали, как этот из Донавы чел убил двоих из первого. Жалко не показали прям. Ладно, чилим. Чилим пока.
Welcome back here to PGS1 as we have America looking spectacular here in the first day of
Ждем последнюю катку.
LG Luminosity getting themselves back-to-back after we've already seen a back-to-back here today. I've said it off camera and I'm going to say it again here, Avenger. I feel Luminosity is the best America has ever looked at PUBG at the moment. They're looking awesome.
Better than Sonic's at PGI.
Yes, even though Sonic's got themselves a win here today, I still think looking at Luminosity, how they're playing things out, I think they look excellent. And they're looking, when you look at this kind of performance, they're looking for the title here at PGS1.
And they're looking so certain the way they do it. They're making sure they're alive all the time. They're pulling back out of strategic pushes. They're like, we don't need that extra 1 or 2 points. Let's make sure we're more alive for the end, because if there are 3 here, Sonic should probably win that game.
Yeah, maybe. I think both teams, though, kudos where kudos is very worth it. The way they're playing this location, it's not an easy location to play in terms of the terrain, in terms of how you're able to transition to the other side of the road. Sonic actually did very well regarding that here, but obviously not enough to be able to actually round it out against what is effectively their biggest rivals in the entire scene, considering their regional play.
That 2-man stand in the car to get the bridge that kind of countered the other guy's position was literally game-winning push there. Really well played, and good call from Relo there coming in to that. Of course, hard to push a little bit on the ridge, but Kickstart playing that anchor was literally the reason why they're able to get 2 guys down there. Super well executed by Luminosity Gaming, of course. And here, utility breakdown. A lot of smokes on Sonics, not that much of stuns and Molotovs. Look on the other side of LG, 13 stuns, 7 Molotovs. The amount of pressure they're able to put and use with that utility, that is what is winning the late game very often.
Yeah, holding down a position like this, how are you going to do it without that amount of smokes needing to come out for these kinds of scenarios? Meanwhile, though, Cerberus getting a 3rd place. We said it before this game. Yes, Tycon's excellent, but Himas was being able to put in so much work. He almost hit 1k damage for this game, so a very impressive performance.
And of course, as well, and how well they were playing, I gotta say, Himas also had more kills in their home region qualifying here at PGS, right? So obviously we heard that when we saw the opening show with Annie and Paber, but this one here in the breakdown. And what we're talking about here with the circle, the road effectively is like a river. It is so hard to cross late game, but when you're able to do it with a car, and also of course, once we saw 4am pull up, and also we saw of course a little Ghibli player that was able to sneak in with a shotgun, with a Winchester. That was beautiful, taking down one of the particular road players. That was fantastic. And this here, with the split you were talking about, James.
Yes, very important here, of course, is you need to obviously dislodge him from this motion. So they were able to do that. And then from that point on there, we're free to take the fight here against Sonic. Sonic's, for all intents and purposes, I don't really think they had much of the initiative because they were the ones initially having to move over the other side of the opposite road. Otherwise, they would have had to have taken Luminosity on this side. But let's take a closer look here at Luminosity. It's a lot of damage coming in here as Kickstart is able to take a big leap forwards in those numbers.
And you might think the pictures are stretched here because Kickstar's looking so thin, but no, he lost an insane amount of weight. He looks so good.
Yeah, he looks great.
He does.
He does.
Lost like 60 pounds.
Just like they look in-game.
True.
Sick play.
And 707 damage here, James. A new record.
You said 707, but it was
770. 777.
You tried.
Can we get some 7s in the chat?
Lots of 7s. Get the 7s going. Let's take a look at the man of the match as well. Probably Kickstart? Yeah, it's going to be, considering the plays that he was able to make here. Damn, looking good here when it comes to the pentagram.
Right, yeah, true.
The Pentagon.
The Pentagon.
The star chart.
Still not like insane amount of kills. We're still around that 4-5 there. We haven't really have any double digits or anywhere in close 7, 8, 9. We're probably going to see it in the event here, especially once we get further and deeper and everyone's getting a little bit more comfortable. Right now, I was expecting chaos, but we're having a few teams dominating the rest here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really clear today. So far, so good for China. So far, so good for America. Beyond that, actually we're seeing some contenders here and there. Of course, we've seen Cerberus, we've seen EXO, we've seen Na'Vi, all of these names kind of cropping up. So it's clear that everybody has come in very, very serious here today, number one. But what's very important as well is that China, America, they're standing tall right now after 5 games.
And it's very likely we could see, you know, 1, 2, maybe even 3 teams qualify from just one day. Like go into the top 16, go into the winners bracket. Asher, obviously, they're playing for that here in the group stage. With another 19 points here from LG. Another 4 teams on double digits, James, and it's 3 of them we've seen again and again and again. Of course, Cerberus is the 9-pointer in the game previously. They're also going to be putting themselves in there.
What a great position as well that Sonics can secure, considering that they are currently not... I'm going to keep reiterating this. For day number 1, currently not challenged when it comes to Picardo, Pachinki, and things like that. You had to make this worth it, and they have, which I think is excellent for them here on an international stage. 55 points, second place. LG moves up to 52. 4 AM, though, still in the lead with that 62.
And we were talking with them this morning, of course, and we were like, it's like 50 points, and then you would be...
Да, как же Нави жестко подзакинули.
Contest 17. Yeah, around that mark.
И на первом месте, напомню.
They have one more game to do well. If they hit the 60s, I'm confident we're going to see them contest them tomorrow, because if they could dominate them there and kind of push them into a scary situation, that would be very interesting.
Of course, we focused on the leaders at the moment, but when you look at the teams that aren't doing as well at the moment, are there any surprises that stand out to you?
Yeah, of course. We have Twisted Minds down there at the moment, rough for them, but I want to say this. When we have that many teams that are that top heavy, we have not a lot of points to give to the rest, so it is extremely close. With one good game, even if you're on the right-hand side of the leaderboard, you could get into the top 7 quite easily.
Here's Sonics. They've got to be quite confident about their start here to the campaign for PGS1. It is an interesting notion because at a lot of internationals, they come in, they have a harder time because of those hot drops, and they don't adjust. This is the perfect stepping stone for them to be able to dictate their pace, their campaign here at PGS1.
Yeah, I've really loved what I've seen from them so far, and also being you have to be flexible, even though you have a lot of pride. We see that from a lot of regions, of course, but they came in here with a game plan with backup drops. They came in here and they're like, okay, we have one day to do well, and now we've seen them here with 55 points in second place with 1 game to go. A little bit of points, a little bit of cushion more, and they're going to be completely fine.
And to that point, 1 game to go here for Erangel as we are ready to do it. Thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. Oh, thank you for thanking me. We have got ourselves game number 6 on the way, as it will be Grassy Pastures time. Let's go over to Cameron and Toby.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's go and do this. Last game. Day 1.
More hot drops? Yes, no?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Na'Vi and Vetagram were really intent on keeping that.
Люминосити и Соники в целом молодцы. Аккуратненько, методично, потихонечку играют. Эти Соники не доигрывают, но тем не менее они в верхней части таблицы, первой тройки. Это много о чем говорит. Для первого игрового дня им этого достаточно будет. Правильно тоже можно отметить, молодцы. Посмотрим, Нави будут форсить сейчас хот-дроп или нет. Twisted Minds будут форсить хот-дроп или нет. Неужели это дело принципа? И команды не хотят отыгрывать и показывать свой максимум, который могут. Нави нацелены на свой кемп. Пентаграммы тоже. Сейчас то же самое будет. Consistence попытаются подойти. Пьянь также подойдет к ним. Нет, Перо вот немного поумнее китайцы, они отдали рожок по итогу. Не стали контестить в очередной раз. Гары первого, второго, третьего. Да ну, блядь! Блядь, ну... Пизду, блядь.
Keeps Pentagram alive. It is the hot drop special. That's Saiga. Absolutely insane performance from that gun. But Uba knows where, or suspects where Hikari is. A nice grenade coming on through.
No health. No
but a revive. Adder is up. Hikari with an M16 holding the stairs. Pentagram
Ну
have
это
a
же
moment to try and
пиздец.
restabilize.
This might just be them back to 3 as well. If Uber doesn't
Сидишь
go
такой,
on,
болеешь,
but I don't
топишь
think
за
with
них.
everything going on so fast,
Надеешься, что ну сейчас-то они сыграют как надо. Типа, они могут.
Oh yeah, no, that one's gonna be one very unlikely to know exactly what it is.
Yeah. And also knowing that they're around here, you can see it. He does
Ну
actually go
все.
for it. Yep.
Дожри.
There's no way he didn't see him, right?
He was waiting for a peek, and he's able to capitalize onto that one. Gets another knock. And that's a second knock, which means that can't take too much time for Hikari to try and finish this one up. They're not gonna commit to the. Oh, he's got a grenade. He baited it. He teased it, but they're gonna follow it through. It's only a flash.
There's no way Uber
Успеет?
know that
Успел.
was right next to his feet, right? He was looking upstairs at that window the whole time.
He didn't want to get traded is the thing. He'll let the point go. He wants to try and finish the rest of Pentagram here because it's about pride.
Here he comes, shotguns in one hand, M16 in another. Uzi with no HP to work with, but only one shot for Uber to try and find this ghost for the first aid, cancels it. Hearing footsteps above, a bit too nervous to fully commit.
Дай бог он их убьет, хотя бы поинт какие.
Trying to bait Pentagram into doing something reckless that he can try and capitalize on. When you're in a 1 versus 2 like this, you have to try and force your opponent to make a mistake.
Ему сложно.
Still no, oh, I guess well, never mind.
Он один на второй этаж, должен пушить двоих. Да почему ты должен пушить? Потому что у них только ресурсов не должно быть. Аймхак уже бежит надроченным.
Ghibli as well, as you can see on the east side, that's going to be human getting curious.
A lot of these teams that haven't racked up a lot of points, so they want to finish off the day with a few extra, and why not? See if you can get a freebie in the compound.
See the hyenas circling off the pasture around you. They know what's up. They know what's likely going to happen here. While all that was going on, the zone number 1 was, again, far west, southwest here. Cerberus are in a solid position here. 4 a.m. leaving school. Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road didn't actually hot drop at all. Petrichor Road, I think, went a little bit towards Sunken and Ruins, but at the moment they're in vehicles and they're
Какой
traveling
круг-то?
through. Not a single point of damage.
Показывали, нет?
I imagine was traded there.
No, it's almost as if it was worthwhile for them not to hot drop each other.
Imagine that.
Yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Huh.
Means I'm EXO. Again, a team who I think has caught quite a few viewers by surprise with their performance.
Он просто срубил, как паровоз заехал. Раз, два, три. Пум-пум-пум. Да. Заезд был жесткий.
Throwing crowbar.
Valiant effort.
Use what you can find.
Don't bring a crowbar to a shotgun fight.
Yeah,
it's hereby confirmed.
I don't think it was done willingly. that shotgun was very, very intent on having an engagement there.
And speaking of shotguns, this fight, well, it ain't done yet. And now, I like Sun Sister getting close, but Tay9 literally crashing into the compound alone now has me a little worried.
It's a bit ambitious, for sure. Especially with Ghibli not too far from this as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tegu is could get caught off, shot in the back.
Might wanna not be here right now. In the meantime, well,
Не знаю, дурдом какой-то.
have truly been the booby trap. They caught out in the middle of the open, surprise, mainly to the Americas teams in the previous match, but now as well catching Petrichor mid-rotation.
Petrichor able to back away. Didn't take too much damage, and there's a lot of cover there. A lot of little hills they can hide behind. Ooh,
Шел, блядь, Tay9 и все. Закончил для пацанов. Ебли сюда идут. И Адр тут, Узи. О, Tay9 опять в помоечку. Прошу, проходите в помоечку. Он его простил. Ну сейчас Фэвен точно сдохнет от пьяни. Там пьяни по-любому сейчас подойдет. Руноксы уже рубанули. Сестры действуют. Пальцем вверх.
live vicinity. 4am seemingly not really respecting Sonic's position here, pushing up close instantly, even lagging a player early on and forcing Sonics off the hillside.
Sonics smartly backing away.
Соники отдают Гарик.
Yeah. And the position that Jiggleton and
Это, видимо, центр примерно.
decent one to play out of here.
Oh yeah.
So it's not like that single hill with the tower was the crucial part of their game plan.
I mean, it's one of those. You know what? We'll take a little bit of extra crumble on top of our KP when we get it. If we can't, we still got a pretty good foundation.
Exactly.
Let's see now. Pentagram with 2 alive. Wicked was not to be rest outside the building. In the meantime now, I mean, Circle, as we said before, far away from where they are, so you'd have to imagine they're going to leave eventually. In the meantime, Tycon from Cerberus taken out by someone. Not sure if a flush.
Пирожки, кстати, на 8-м месте находятся.
Kind of spread out, so we'll see if they're able to
Песты
take up Tycon. The
на 12.
player that really made a name for himself last year.
Песты раньше так не играли, поэтому они и выигрывали, потому что они без ход-дропов, они нормально, методично, продуктивно играли. А сейчас это... Они в себя слишком уверовали. Они какое-то время были лучшей командой мира. Скажу. Это был момент. Звездинку словили и решили, что все наше, все мое. И получают за это люлей сейчас. Хотя могут, они могут больше. Вот типа Luminosity, Соники, то есть, ну, ездят, методично играют и набирают поинты. Соники 55 ПТС, 28 киллов, Luminosity 52 ПТС, 27 киллов. То есть, ну, с учетом того, что у них первые 2 игры не пошло ни у одной, ни у другой команды, если чё. Только у Фураемов шли 2 первые катки. Здорово.
Maybe they don't know that it's someone else. And even if they do, you know what? I respect not respecting your opponents, especially early on. If you start fearing teams this early in a global tournament, you are set to fail. If you start playing, oh no, it's them, we gotta run away, you gotta play with confidence, especially off of day one, where so many things happen that will not be done the same way in the days to follow.
Гибли аккуратненько тоже подъехали, сделали поинт. Они же сделали поинт? Да, они сделали поинт и уехали. Нет, а круг-то левее. Ну, это первый круг, поэтому они сюда приехали. Вот это вот тоже свеженькая команда, свежая кровь. Я вот такие ники раньше не видел. Акиту я вроде видел, а остальных я точно не видел ни разу, нигде. Пурпл тоже не видел нигде ранее. Я влево, чтобы поинтереснее было, влево. Эх, опять вокруг кошки круг. Ничего нового, конечно. Но тем не менее. Батут четвером. Вот посмотрим. Вот их сейчас 4. Но они нагло проезжают. Они здесь могут потерять кого-то. Опасно было. 300 пуль. Чисто пацан приготовился пострелять по машинам.
The thing is, though, Summer might want to use his position to extend further and get themselves a nice line onto this hill, but Twisted Mind's already taking this spot, with Sonics in a good position as well. 4am might just want to commit to playing on towards the edge. New Happy, though, they are very happy in this spot. HS out alone, that's a bit of a concern for me, if I'm being honest.
4, а где 4? Я не увидел. Видел 3 в ангаре, а 4-го не увидел. Гибли тоже хороший кемп занимают. Ну, кошка круг, хороший кемп. Первого. Ой, как не повезло ему. X left не прощает так. Отвесты будут стрелять? Отвесты стреляют. Нафидить. Просто фидить едут, не хэппи. Я там про пирата говорил. Уже свои слова обратно. Ты чё, блядь? Какой же ты кретин, блядь. Ну кого, какой ты добивать? Ты слышишь человека перед собой, и он начинает добивать. Давай, Мел, дай им пизды, блядь, за это дело. Он не даст, конечно. Ну, блядь. Так. А тут твисты начинают это разгонять свою атаку. Они увидели. Ну, твисты знают, что у них хэппи теперь трое.
Up onto this position already. This is exactly what I mean, that this compound is really easy to crash. HS is going to have to defend this as a solo. The angles held by the rest of New Happy are not that
GG заехали к КСМу. И знают, что он здесь. Даже знают где. Это что за читы?
Just 3 alive.
Nice shot on Foxy.
But was once 4. It's now down to 2 for New Happy.
I love this by Twisted Minds. They're again trying to push into this. They saw the vehicles, heard the vehicles, whatever it was. They saw it in the kill feed, and they're trying to see if they can't pick anything up for themselves.
Yeah. I like it. And that's the thing. I mean, that's how you have to play that hillside. There's simply too many entry points on the hill.
Номер.
If you don't keep running around, if you don't keep trying to go for kills, you will not be able to play that position on your
С
own.
Приморска все фришно. Это крутой шифт. Поменяет локацию. То у нас на первой карте, по-моему, такой круг был на Ирангеле.
It's pretty much a triple layer cake where we have the crust, the crumble on top is quarry, the entire mid layer is a forest. You really don't want to
Твисты незамедлительно выехали. Видит, что с пушек по ним никто не стреляет. Туда опасно. О, правильно, выйти почекать. Пушки надо минимум занять. Ну, здесь тоже неплохо, на самом деле. Здесь есть... они как приехали, они так могут уехать. Пока что. Если надо машинку спрятать. О, сестра. Корейские сестры у нас занимают кемп. Бесполезный. У него почти ничего не видно. Только лес можно играть перед собой. А все, он выдавливает. PGM у нас поехали.
Teams trying to read each other, teams trying to figure out, okay, what can we expect from this team at the globals? You know, I mean, sometimes a team can be super aggressive.
Ой, хедшот залетел крейзику. Мне кажется, сейчас Соники их накажут. Соники идут. Армия Соников на подходе.
Gamble onto the New Happy quarry position. When one sense ain't usable, use the other. You might not be able to see anything, but sit there, listen for vehicles, figure out what's happening around you, look at the map, plan rotations, use that second of a breather wisely.
Выпад решил сделать. Широкие гибли делают выпад по итогу. Это хорошо. Сейчас могут люминосити просто опрокинуть через плечо. О, крипы сражаться против крипов приехали. Хотя Эхо на 7-м месте так сидит. Худо-бедно до 29 поинтов имеет. А пурплы только 10. Но это не мешает убить любую команду. Количество поинтов от слова совсем. 3-2 раз. Люка. Shift вниз, потом shift Лево-вниз, shift лево-вверх. Сумасшедшие круги какие-то.
knows where the last person is. Trying to find the angle. Crazy runs away from that. Here's the footsteps from the rest of Gen G pushing on in. They have to find them, right? Yep.
Эх, ХП не хватило перестрелять. А Люминос успели свалить-то. Гибли-то шли их убивать.
Luminosity having to make another send in towards Quarry. They lost Flood, they lost Snakers, and they're likely going to lose Rila with the car going haywire like that, proning behind a tree. Such a scary situation.
Тяжело было проехать.
Try and free his in-game leader.
Not gonna be easy. Not gonna be easy at all. Rilla with the Skyle in hand. Limited what he can really contribute within this position, especially with Xiaopian kind of set in between.
Так, New Happy, Пьянь и Нан вдвоем остались.
Close to Twisted Minds, but here Sonic's pushing on in. They find the remaining members of Pentagram coming in super.
Пентаграмм наконечно.
Too much of a surprise considering their early game, but good on Sonic to not get caught off guard.
Топ-12, топ-13 eliminated.
How are they going to get into the zone? Likely similar path to Luminosity. Can they survive it better?
How many times have we seen Sonics finally get something going just to be decimated by snakes and grass? When they get good games going, they get taken out here. Spot 2 running in from behind could have been a backstab. Turns out to be just 2 points going their way.
Соники выкатываются. Ну, они, наверное, Релла будут убивать, нет?
It's going to be a scary push. They're not going quite as far as Luminosity, though. They're going to stick on this north side, and that's because they have the information that they're the only ones left on that angle, so they can take it slow.
Yep. Ghibli now in the meantime, opting for a south side wrap, trying to make their way up towards the hillside. Should be doable. No one really claiming any real estate on that side just yet. As I say that, though, Ghibli are transitioning further around straight into Exo.
Again, this spread, this little box position by Exo Clan. Good crossfires, but they need to find an opening to get into the zone. Because Purple Mood, they are
Ну, не знаю.
Exo to peek on out. Not a lot of damage that they were able to give over towards Ghibli, but Ghibli pushed.
Гибли неплохо в целом заехали. Сейчас расчекаются, встанут аккуратно и будут неплохо себя чувствовать. Опа, опа, сюрприз лежит. Если его вычекивают, значит сейчас разменяют. New Happy. Наконечно. 47 поинтов. Сегодня заканчивает у нас New Happy. Так. Твистам надо закрывать круг. И не дать остальным попасть сюда.
But a welcome one for Twisted Minds, for Ascend here, because they certainly would appreciate the points, and they can pick up a lot of them just controlling that high ground as they've been doing so far.
Соники, наверное, верхние ангары сейчас будут играть перед собой, которые...
We'll see if he's right. We'll see if this somehow shifts south of Quarry, because to me, this looks a lot like a Quarry ending right now.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. It has Quarry written all over it.
А, Шин словил ног, кстати. Геймин тоже. А Гибли у нас четвером. Какая ювелирная тецкриза. И еще одну.
Because if not, they will get overrun. So proactive, lobbing those nades down early and able to fend off the teams coming in from the south. But that was one. Now there's one more to follow.
Rain in the first car, trying to make the entry. Akita and teammate swinging in from this west side.
Мне кажется, немцы сейчас все зафармят.
This is such a good opportunity for them, right when I say it. Empty does get dropped by Penta, but can't. This might be a position that can get a revive, but Chris has a lot to say about it. Yeah. He is looking for the angle. He is trying to peek over.
How much do you want to commit to it if you're Crystal? Right now, SDK are kind of doing the work for you. And while you, of course, you want the kill still, it's also a...
Ой-ой-ой-ой, Керти, какая хорошая хаешка.
He wants the points. They're not exactly having the best days so far, SDK.
Добрые такие хаи.
Still got 2 more to play with. If he can find the last, that would be 4 nice points going the way for shoot to kill.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. And STK getting
Мог заканчиваться, посмотри. Посмотри. А, там Пента все видит. Ну, ладно, Соники у нас погибает. Топ-11.
Squeezing in on Sonics in the end, take them out. EXO will fall as well as Micah finds the last. And now the push continues. They know that it's been dealt with on the side of STK up towards the north. And now, for Ascent, they can wrap further south. They can take the fight towards the last remaining Purple Mood players. Make the player as Chris finds the double. Down they go. Ascent now with plenty more space to play with. Having said that, here comes Ghibli.
Гибли уже накидывают хаешечки. Не понимают, где у нас немцы. Понимают, что один снизу и все. А СТК-то идут зажимать. Ой, какой хороший прок для Twisted Minds. Может, хоть сейчас Батут наберут поинты. Батут и Ко.
Yeah, what a circle shift for that Ascend Ghibli face off. And it actually looks like Ascend are backing away from that because they're worried about STK's push from that west side. And that only gives Ghibli space to maintain control of that south position. Here on the north, Cerberus versus Gen G. They are essentially going to have to fight each other at this point. There's no way that they can share this position on the north side.
The faster they can get that fight over with, the better off they're going to be. I mean, Gen G...
Джинджи 17 ПТС. Хотя вот Твистов тоже 18. То у одних, что у других не идет пока. Но может эта машина-то заведется все-таки.
He needs to come down and fortify Chris in the meantime. The sneaky snake come down below.
Chris is getting all his steps in. He is running west, he's running back east, and he's running back west all over again. He's like a dog that you let out without a leash.
He's just waiting. The issue is Brax is hearing so many footsteps from Ghibli on the other side that they can't really fully commit to it. Chris wanting to run further forward, wanting to grab his team some info. Penta is still looking up high, so I'm not sure if they're...
В голову просто идеальная хаешка. Это Крис. Спину ног и добивает Перди. На два фронта немцы дерутся. Илика и Майка остались вдвоем. Жмут так. Но СТК надо двигаться, а Гибли хотят просто защититься. Маки раскрывают у нас СТК. Илика чувствуется сейчас будет незамеченным. Фокси добирают, кстати. Джинджи атака провалилась. Ой, какой это редкий круг. Вот это вот, ну, Квари это редкий круг. Раньше часто прокало, сейчас я даже не помню, когда последний раз я видел такой круг. Очень давно. Джинджи топ-8 забирает 1 поинт.
Down as well, and this is really playing into the favor of Ascent. Let Ghibli and STK brawl this one out. We just want to play third party from arguably the worst third party position in the world.
Look at the leaderboard right now. A lot of teams on the bottom half that need the points are still in play. But you look at the points gap between 6th and 7th place. It's very tight below that.
Икстар ползет бедный. Тоненчик, родненький. Хорошо, ему еще круг дает поиграть. Ну, два фолловых коллектива Гибли и Twisted Minds, твисты в центре, а Гибли сражаются с немцами, могут понести потери.
Works the second time around as well, but I think he has to think twice about peaking that one the third time, because you could only imagine they're going to be...
Посмотрим, кто окажется на этой карте сильнее. Потом Тайкона нокает. Интересует.
These teams are very well pitted in the zone. The big question right now is how are the teams to the south? Ghibli, Ace, STK. How are they going to make their way in?
Ну, СТКшкам надо двигаться, надо уже воевать, надо уже выяснять, кто за эту территорию будет прав. Гибли в любом случае закрывать любой из этих коллективов. Просто надо кому-то или взять 2 поинта, или Отдать-то в любом случае обеим командам получится. Не выпустит их просто. Будет забавно, если гибли все поинты, все 4 поинта заберут. Обидненько даже немножко будет. Хаешка 0 дэмэджа. Выпад делают. Куда вы, куда вы, куда вы, родные? Вы чё, блядь? Это прямой, СТК были прямой конкурент немцев. Немцев 28 пытаются, СТК 29 прямо сейчас стало. Алло в ноке. Ну и Вегасы вайпают СТК. Топ-6. Как я и говорил, им там не жить. Гибли у нас фуловый коллектив остается Twisted Minds, двое Sun Sisters и Cerberus 3, Luminosity, Star Сольник. Смотрим за этим розыгрышем. Сейчас у нас звезду мы увидим на следующий проб. Будет 8-я фаза. Минута. ССТ сейчас с Церберусами будут бороться.
Endgame areas. Like, it really is amazing for up close fight because there's so much cover, so many different dips and divots you can work with. Look at the low ground that Cerberus is now pushed on the Sunsis. This is going to give room for Ghibli to try and take some control around Twisted Minds. But Cerberus, they want this warehouse for starters. Sun Sisters' play of the day has been, or strat, I suppose, has been allowing teams way too close and then getting taken out by those same teams. And I'm a little worried for them that's going to be the case this time again. One nade with flashes to follow.
Их старт доживет, самое главное. Я болею за него, потому что ему всех сложнее. Ну, еще теоретически за бат, конечно. Ой, хорошо. Хорошо. Пимус поставил точку. 9 киллов уже Cerberus дали. И команды могут понимать, что осталось 3 фуловых коллектива, а на самом деле их 4. И это только понимают, что 4 команды, минимум 4 команды, это Cerberus, потому что их 3.
The good play here would be waiting for Cerberus to engage Twisted Minds, let them get in front of him and get a nice little spray down, pick a couple of kills, if not a full team wipe that has already been started by another squad. If Cerberus dies on the north side, I think Twisted Mind will think that they're the team furthest north.
Все, звезда. 5 секунд и пошла звезда. Икстару лучше не мешать. Хорошо. Размены пошли. Пока не в пользу твистов. 3 в 2. 2 в 2 остаются. 1 в 2. У Гибли 2, у твистов потут. Церберусы подходили. 1 в ноке у Церберусов. Хорошо, блядь. 2-2-1. У Кикстара есть возможность выиграть просто игру.
For the APAC team as they try to rag up even more. They have the dot outside the warehouse. They know they have one still sat north. They know they have Ghibli towards or inside the warehouse. This is now a waiting game for Tycoon and Dogmai to try.
Гибли втроем выжили по итогу. Еще успели привести себя в порядок. Это очень сильно. Тайкон должен удивлять. Кикстар сейчас будет вражескими смоками пользоваться, если у него нет больше. Хорошо. Знают они за Кикстара. Вот Церберсы могут не знать за Кикстара. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Кикстар нокнул одного. Какой ты жадный. Не, Церберсы забирают эту игру. Все. Хотя, слушай-ка. 1 в 1. Но у него территории нет. Зоне отдаст? Не, будет пробовать. Церберсы забирают. Ну, Кикстар молодец. Но он мог лучше. Если бы не доедал, так точно. Просто вышел бы на МК и мог победить. НТшка. Так, ну ладно, чё. Посмотрим таблицу, покажет нам. Подведем итог. И будем прощаться на сегодня. Ну, первый день был достаточно интересный. ПРМ удивили. Нави хорошо себя показывали. После Luminosity Соники. Соники не с лучшей стороны, но все же стабильно в топ-3 они вроде как заехали. New Happy как-то мягко, но что-то где-то делали, что-то могли. Не покажут таблицу. Ты, бля, хайлайты всех смотришь. Вот, все, посчитали. По итогу. По итогу ПРМ на первом, Соники на втором, Церберус вырвались на третье. Обогнали они Luminosity, Luminosity на 58, на 1 поинт. New Happy на пятом, Нави на шестом, СТК на седьмом, Экса на восьмом, Первого 29 на девятом, Немцы на 10-м, Гибли на 11-м, Твисты на 12-м, Пентаграммы на 13-м, Джинджи на 14-м, Трансистор на 15-м. А погнали они вообще-то Purple Gaming. Ой, и эти Purple, соответственно, на последнем месте. Все, что, будем закругляться сегодня. Спасибо, ребяточки, всем за просмотр. Всем счастья, здоровья. Кушайте вкусно, берегите родных и близких. Не болейте. И дай бог всем здоровья еще раз. С вами был Чаузор. И до завтра. Пока-пока.